All right. Queen Anne's County Planning Commission is in order. August the 12th, 2021, Thursday. Let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Public comments. We will take public comments this morning for anything other than the zoning changes. Any public comment?
Ready for it now? I was gonna just leave it a little bit, but I can get it. And you add to it if people,
Okay, we can.
okay.
You want to go by the list, or you just want?
We'll go by the list. Thanks, Barry.
Madam Chair, when you say zoning changes, are you,
Further,
does that include the comp plan?
that includes the people that have requested for zoning changes.
Okay. So, thank you.
Al Helfenbein?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I'm with Barnstable Development, and
Have a seat and introduce yourself, and everyone will have 3
I
minutes
think this is a
maximum.
rezoning issue.
Pardon?
This may be a rezoning.
Is this a rezoning
Yeah,
request? Oh, no, we're not doing those right now.
okay.
Scott?
That's probably everybody on that list. Oh, okay.
Good morning, Board. Scott McGlash, P.O. Box 39, Churchill, Maryland. I'd like to revisit on the comp plan, section 1.8, goals, objectives, recommendations, and specific to the continue to promote scenic byways section that's in the current plan that we're operating under, the 2010 plan. That's what we're operating on. That's a goal. But ironically, it seems like, and I think you have in position 2 letters, one from the Queen Anne's County Farm Bureau and one from the Queen Anne's County Soil Conservation District. Basically, they're both the same letter. Ironically, the one from the Queen Anne's County Farm Bureau is not signed. But I understand that I think Mr. Lanowski is the president of Farm Bureau. So if we're misunderstanding something, maybe he might want to offer some live testimony and enlighten us where we're missing something here. But going back, because they state here the 21 comp plan language should not include our vision statement of a byway along Route 301. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I suggest to you that I'm not sure who the Farm Bureau represents, because remember we gave you this exhibit at our last meeting. And Mr. Dean and I have over 140 signatures of people that signed on that would like to see the scenic byway. So I'm somewhat confused as to who the Farm Bureau is, I guess, maybe at this point. One item back, the results in unintended consequence of taking away development rights from preservation program calculations. I think that's diametrically wrong. We operate a family farm, Parson Green Farm, on Route 213, which is a state scenic byway. And we have not suffered any problems because of that. Result in unintended consequences of impacted landowners not being able to construct approved ag-related structures or currently allowed residences. I don't think that's true, but if I'm wrong, I would like Mr. Lanowski or someone to explain to us and 140 other farmers and landowners where we're wrong. I've been wrong many times. So basically, I'm gonna leave that subject matter, but I'd like to move to something. And Mr. Dean and I owe Mr. Ebersberger an apology, because you've asked for us twice to provide you with the permitted uses and conditional uses that we have an issue with. Several months ago, Mr. Dean and I met with Jim Moran, Commissioner, And he suggested that this was a venue to bring that, so you could examine that. But I want to, just a short problem that we had in our family farm. Notice the Board of Appeals, there's a farm next to us we call the K-Hall Farm. And that,
Time up.
okay, well, I'm just going to give this to you, Mr. Eversberger, but I would, with the board, that we would like to talk to you about, this needs to be revisited, these 35 issues. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Harry Dean?
Good morning.
Yeah.
Howard Dean, 321 Robert Station Road. This is quite long, so I'm just going to touch on a few points. Every Queen Anne's County comprehensive plan, beginning with the very first plan in '65, has highlighted the importance of Queen Anne's County agriculture. Queen Anne's County has scenic corridors that deserve special attention. Agriculture byways are essential to Queen Anne's County agriculture future. Minimizing development along protected agriculture byways helps large equipment move from farm to farm as is required to support our agriculture economy. Clogging these arteries with commercial or residential development would make farming in an adjacent area unattractive and impractical. There are dangerous at-grade intersections along 301 from Queenstown to Delaware border. Each intersection represents significant safety challenge, especially with increased traffic along 301. The next one is the soil along 301 are not suited for on-site septics. The truck stop at southwest corner of Maryland 304 and 301 has had numerous septic systems issued over the years, and continued repairs have resulted in limitations. Past county commissioners have denied rezoning requests along 301. Attempts to change zoning at 405 Price Station and 213 have been denied as inconsistent with the 2002 and 2010 comp plan, Queen Anne's County Comprehensive Plan. Queen Anne's County comprehensive plans for the past 30 years have preserved the 301 corridor and other North County byways. Since '92, comprehensive plan Queen Anne's County has consistently preserved predominantly rural agriculture and land use, and the implementing zoning tools for the area north of 50 and 301 split. Preserving a quintessentially rural county as a county vision statement requires means preserving scenic byways. The scenic vistas of northern Queen Anne's County are a crucial feature of our rural agriculture county, every bit as important as protecting scenic valleys or mountain ranges, and is done in other areas of the state. Conclusion. 2002 and 2010 comprehensive plan recognizes the importance of protecting primary corridors in the county's agriculture area. In the update of the plan, the Commission should clearly designate Route 301 from Queenstown to Millington as a county scenic agriculture byway that is to be protected from any commercial or residential development.
Time's up.
Thank you. Oh, just right. And I'd like to present this to the board. And that,
Thank you. Barry?
Good morning. Barry Waterman, Sparks Mill Road, Centerville. I'd like to say that I have been extremely pleased with the quality and thoughtfulness and professionalism of the draft chapters produced by the staff and consultants until last month. The land use chapter as presented steers away from the very point of comprehensive planning, would have goals and strategies in direct contradiction to other chapters, fails to recognize the value of housing to the quality of life or economic development, ignored the private sector's past role in financing solutions to existing infrastructure and environmental problems, and basically ignored housing as the historically largest industry, greatest employer, and largest tax revenue producer in Queen Anne's County. Comprehensive plans are not supposed to be short-term playbooks. They're supposed to be a long-term visionary document of what the jurisdiction wants to be in 20, 30, 40, 50 years. The draft appropriately points that out in Table 4.1, but then spends the entire rest of the section dealing with ag preservation, which since the 2012 Sustainable Growth Act is really a moot point. We should continue the vision that was set up in the comp plan since at least 1987, maintaining a rural county while balancing the needs for shelter, economic development, environmental protection, farmland equity. Downzoning the ag district is a terrible idea, particularly when there is no development pressure there. I am fairly certain that there's not been a rural development in Queen Anne's County of more than 7 lots since 2013 because such developments are not legal under Maryland law. Nor should we shrink our already tiny growth areas. Drafting land use strategies around sewer, road, or other capacity limitations is letting the tail wag the dog. The comp plan should be our long-range vision, and the obstacles and limitations, the things that the plan lists for possible solutions to be worked on during the next 10 years. I absolutely believe Steve when he told you the county sewer plant cannot be expanded under current WIP guidelines. However, understanding if, when, and how periodic WIP evaluations might change things, how and when credits the county should obtain from expanding sewer and other environmental criteria improvements we should consider would be worthy goals of our comp plan, as might exploring spray irrigation or other forms of treatment that might help expand our sewer flow, or looking into nutrient trading between counties, or fully understanding the disparity between allocated flows and actual flows to determine if we should try to repurchase unused allocations or allow for private transfer. There have been obstacles to the vision in every single comp plan I have ever seen, but we should not plan around those obstacles. Instead, we should continue the long-range vision and let staff, politicians, and the private sector work on solutions to allow that vision to evolve. It is certainly possible, maybe even probable, that these obstacles will not be overcome quickly. They normally are not in any update period. But if there is a solution, and the comp plan assumed there won't be, then we're stuck until the next update, and that's not where we want to be. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. I think this says real.
Renters, the Expand Rental Licensing Program. This is simply a solution to a problem that doesn't exist in Queen Anne's County. Most of our landlords are not the easily caricaturized slumlords. These are the folks that own housing in this country for rentals. They are our neighbors. They own 2, 3, maybe 4 rental properties. There's the ongoing COVID eviction moratorium. A lot of these folks haven't been getting paid. Adding further licensing and regulations, which has fees, adding more burdens to them is only going to increase rental prices and then lead to diminished supply, which is anathema to our issue, which is really just a lack of inventory. Same goes for the short-term rental matter, the vacation homes such as Airbnbs. The matter was addressed recently up in Kent County at their the county comprehensive rezoning update, which is similar but different from our comprehensive update. And the planning department up there determined that Kent County did not have a problem with short-term rentals, that there was no need for a countywide ordinance. And the same matter, it's the exact same here in Queen Anne's County. There's just not a problem that requires a solution such as licensing. So this should definitely be stricken from the comp plan. Secondly, check my time, the MPDU fund, it was addressed on page 9-4 that the modestly priced dwelling unit fund, which funds 0% loans to qualifying individuals, that fund should be increased by an increase in recordation and transfer taxes. The MPDU fund is essentially a failed program. Over the course of more than 20 years, we're only aware of a small handful of MPDU apartments that have been built, and I think only 40 or 50 loans that have been given out. So the idea of addressing affordable housing, which is really an inventory or supply and demand issue, the idea of addressing affordability by increasing recordation and transfer taxes is simply misguided. It has no business being in the comprehensive plan, and so that matter, which is addressed on 9-4, really needs to be removed, and any kind of increase to taxes to address affordability is just a non-starter for BAR and absolutely needs to be removed from the comprehensive plan. Got that under 3 minutes. Excellent.
Good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Good to Friday. Who would have ever thought that the Queen Anne County Planning and Zoning meeting would be the place to be?
Especially when my assistant's on vacation. My name's Linda Friday. I'm the president of the Queen Anne's County Chamber, and it's good to see you this morning. One of the issues that the Chamber would like to address this morning is the limitations on any type of development due to sewer allocation availability. The proposal appears to almost eliminate any possible development for the foreseen future, which is neither reasonable or beneficial to the residents or businesses of Queen Anne's County. The Chamber completely agrees that growth should be done in a smart, practical manner, and a sound commercial growth plan is essential to the residents of the county. And I've been before you several times, and one of the biggest concerns we've had is the commercial tax base is a balance for the residents that live here in Queen Anne's County. So we want to make sure that the commercial tax base is needed to relieve the residents from assuming the financial burdens of increased operating costs in the county with the property taxes of both, making sure there's a balance. And I know that that's been a struggle in my 22 years as a chamber president. There's just been no balance between residents and commercial. So we are hoping that you take that in consideration. We want to thank the committee that's been working on the comp plan. We feel that they've done a good job, and I know that you're going to hear lots of stories from both sides, whether they're for or against, but we know that you'll make the right decision. So thank you, and hope you have a great day.
Thank you. Walt Petrie.
Good morning.
Is this rezoning?
Walt Petrie.
Is this a rezoning issue?
It is not. It's a comp plan issue. As of today, I'm a proud owner of the Bay Bridge Marina, 4 weeks as of today. And we're obviously a little concerned and disappointed in the commission turning us down for the proposed text amendment. However, what I would like the commission to consider is to focus on this particular part of the county. You know, what we had proposed, as you now know, is a redevelopment, not a new development. We're not adding any impervious. And currently, we're 50% vacant on our office buildings, we're 30% vacant on our marinas. And our view was to build a residential component there, either condo or apartments, without commercial on the first floor, that would help fill the slips and help lease the office. And it would be very difficult, if not impossible, to lease a whole bunch of commercial under apartment buildings at a dead-end road, and we just couldn't do it. So I've been a commercial developer my entire life, over 40 years, and the one thing that I've noticed in the comp plan is that we talk a lot about commercial priorities and giving priority to commercial for water and sewer. I don't know really where you would build a big commercial project in a 50,000 person county, and even if you could, how would you lease it? So that priority, I think, is misdirected. I think it's unreasonable to assume that you could, by allocating sewer to commercial, would generate commercial development, because I don't think there's an economic plan or a location in the county where you could build a massive or even a 300,000 or 400,000 square foot commercial development. And even if you could, you couldn't lease it. So I think that's something I'd like you to think about. The other thing is that because I'm a partner in the beach club, we were looking at building this as a resort. We are the gateway to the county, and we could see we could see reasons for justifying this as a big resort versus the beach club and Bay Bridge Marina. And I've got full support from the beach club owners. I happen to be a partner, but nevertheless, not the managing partner. So I think that's another thing that I think that could be really a big advantage to the county by having this resort property versus having the beach club and a marina that's half empty. So with that, I ask you to focus on this area, our area right at the beach club and the airport, to see if there isn't something that you could put in the plan that allows for redevelopment instead of a new development, and allow me to build something there that we can make sense of. So that's what I ask you today. So thank you.
Thank you. Perfect timing. Jody Schultz, is he in the room? Okay, okay. Joe Stevens,
I'm going to speak to specific property, so I'll defer to it later. Thank you.
okay. All right, is there, oh, wait a minute, we have more. DeSales? I'm sorry, I think I messed up your name.
No, you said it perfectly.
I think that's for a specific rezoning,
Is this for specific
Under the
property?
comprehensive plan.
but not for the rezonings that have been requested for Graysonville. Is that what you're speaking to?
It's basically for the comprehensive. We submitted 21
That,
requests.
they're gonna do that public comment later.
Okay, thank you.
Mike, Lanowski? Specific. Barry Griffith?
Not specific. Barry Griffith, Lane Engineering. I spoke briefly at the last meeting, kind of caught unawares as to the direction things were going. Had a chance to put some thoughts together. I submitted a letter. Very briefly, to summarize, we know the plan's focused on ag preservation, rural preservation. We also know through 30-something years of practice, growth management practice in this county, that one of the keys to getting there is to have these defined growth areas, areas where we can have housing, business, employment. We acknowledge in the plan we need more commercial and employment growth, and we need workforce housing. These things need a place to happen. You can't have those in rural areas. If we don't have those areas defined and adequate, we are going to see more erosion on the other side of the coin, which is our rural character. We will see further subdivision of our rural lands, rural sprawl have you, where we're going to start to see farms cut up, even at the lower densities that currently exist or may exist. It's a model that's happened in other ex-urban counties, and that would be the result we would see here if we do not provide an adequate area for these future development to occur. We know we have a limited capacity right now, but we also know that we have tools that control the pace and development of growth in response to capacity issues, the adequate public facilities ordinance, the comprehensive sewer and water plan. These are the growth management tools that control the timing and pace of growth. The land use plan needs to be looking at beyond one plan cycle. This is our long-range proactive plan, not a reactive plan. Should be a proactive document that looks at land in areas where we have existing settlement patterns, existing investments in infrastructure, where future investments in infrastructure are going to make the most economic sense, and where we want to see our growth, future growth concentrated. If we try to artificially limit these because of a short-term response to an infrastructure issue, we're going to end up dealing with the laws of supply and demand. We're going to have a limited amount there. We're going to have windfalls and wipeouts. Those people that are in versus those people that are out. If you're in, your prices are going to go up. That's ultimately going to flow to the business that wants to locate there and or the residents that may live there. Queen Anne's County is always going to grow. It has everything to do with our geography and our proximity to the Western Shore. It has a lot to do now with trends in work from home, people leaving urban environments for a variety of reasons. The same things that have been bringing people to our county, our quality of life for a long time are going to continue. We've got to plan for it because it's going to happen one way or the other. Thank you.
Thanks, Barry. Sandra Early.
Good morning.
Morning.
Sandra Early, Mariners Way in Stevensville. I'm here this morning representing Business Queen Anne's. Business Queen Anne's has been supporting a wide spectrum of business interests in this county for over 20 years now, almost over 20 years. Recently, the board got together to discuss concerns they had about the proposed land use section in the comp plan, and we crafted a letter. I sent it to Sharon, so I'm sure you all have received that letter. We're hoping that when you read it, you will consider the points that are raised in that letter. I'm not going to read it this morning because it's rather lengthy. One of the general gists in the letter is that the residential construction and real estate industries have always been an important part of Queen Anne's County. Nationally, residential housing industry accounts for over 17% of the GDP, while in perspective, ag-related industries account for less than a third of that amount. When I read that, thought about that last night, as the granddaughter of a Queen Anne's County farmer, I feel like I need to say we all recognize the importance of the ag industry in Queen Anne's County. It's the foundation of this county. But we know that it will be taken care of in the comp plan. It always has been, it always will be. We're hoping that you'll think about the hundreds of local businesses and thousands of local residents who make their living in the residential housing sector in this county, and that you'll support them as well when you're updating the comp plan. Thank you.
Okay. J.W. Clements.
Just comments about the general comp plan.
Okay, so it's not a specific,
I also have a specific property, yeah.
okay. So you just want to talk on the specific property? Okay. That's the end of public comment. Meeting minute review.
Madam Chair?
Yep.
I signed up for general comment. I was right behind Mr. Petrie.
You were, and I don't know how I, it's checked off that you already talked. Are you sure you haven't been up here and talked? Mr. Fawcett.
Jay Falstead, Queen Anne's Conservation Association. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I submitted a letter and some supporting documents yesterday via email, but I just wanted to elaborate on that a little bit. Earlier this week, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change submitted a 4,000-page document to the United Nations. I'm not suggesting everybody read that document, but contained within that document is a summary for policymakers, and that's you guys. And the document itself is frightening, because what it shows is even if all of us were to stop driving our cars and stop using fossil fuels tomorrow, that the trend lines for the planet continue to increase, and it paints a pretty dark picture. Contained within the summary for policymakers, however, on page 24 is something that I believe affects the Mid-Atlantic, the Eastern Shore, Queen Anne's County, and that's this. On page 24, and I urge everybody to look at the document. It's you can find it online, IPP or IPCC. If you Google it, it'll show up. On page 24, what it shows on there is that the Western United States, the Central United States are going to be going through an extreme drying trend. Embodied in the document, it talks about how agriculture will be impacted. If that happens, that's going to put a greater need on East Coast agriculture, which is not included in that dire forecast. In fact, just the opposite. The East Coast will see rain, but we don't experience the dire forecast that the West Coast and the Central United States face. And so when you read it, it becomes clear, at least to me, I hope to others, we should not be allowing a single acre on the Eastern Shore or in Queen Anne's County, a single acre of agriculture to be converted over to anything else except agriculture, because I assure you we are going to need it in the future. It's that urgent, and the same goes with forest land. A lot of the forests, as you've seen right now, are burning under intense fire. And I hope you'll read that document. Don't read the whole thing, but the summary for policymakers is only a 39-page document, and it is worth reading. So thanks very much.
Okay. Now that ends public comments. Meeting minutes review.
Motion to approve.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No extension request. Updates, legislation and legal matters. Amy? Amy around? Oh, she is.
Morning. Amy Mordock, Planning Director. I don't believe I have any legislative updates for you today. Let me ask Rob Tracy if he could come up and just give an update on the accessory structures in the front yard setback, just to let you know when that public hearing is scheduled.
Good morning.
Very good.
I'm Rob Tracy. I'm the senior long-range planner. Text Amendment 2106, accessory structures in the front yards of corner and double fronted lots, was introduced at the Planning Commission, I believe, last week. The first public hearing for the commissioners is scheduled for August 24th.
Okay. Miscellaneous staff items. None. Comprehensive plan workshop. So what I'd like to do today, Ray and Lauren. We've had many people that are here today have been here month after month. And I'd like to get this process over with first on the agenda, if that's okay with you guys.
Sounds good.
We have the properties. And we can vote on them. Hopefully we can vote on them. And Amy, we're gonna need your help. Because some of them can be lumped.
That's so, but I'd like to suggest that we do start with a general introduction, because I think that will help to better explain the technical committee's comments in terms of the applications. So if we could go through those introductions first, and especially allow our Public Works Director to address some of the comments that we've already received, which are also really a guiding philosophy that you have received in terms of the technical committee's comments.
Okay.
I think it would be helpful to start there.
I'm just trying to cut down on the pain of our
I think it'll help in the long
attendees.
run. Yeah.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Lauren Good with Wallace Montgomery, and as requested, we will jump to the section on these requests. As Amy mentioned, we have a little bit of just some briefing just so that everyone is on the same page. So we want to make clear the difference between these different components. Existing land use obviously is really what the name is. It describes what is on the land at any given point in time at this point right now. For example, if there's a single family home, the existing land use would be residential. Whereas zoning is the system of districts and regulations that say that designates the permitted land uses, with the map showing where those various districts can occur, what's assigned to each parcel of land. And then within the zoning code, those are the regulations that describe those uses and the minimum lot sizes, setbacks, et cetera, that are associated with them. And then...
Can I interrupt for one second,
yes.
Madam Chair? Can we get these on our?
Monitors are on.
They're not.
Sorry. Thank you.
And then that is also related to future land use, which describes or shows on a map what the county, you and the county commissioners determined to be the most desirable use type for a particular area. And that's meant to guide that general type of future development that would occur. The future land use map itself doesn't change any existing zoning classifications, but it is a key tool that the county considers when making determinations on future rezoning recommendations. So as you're aware, map amendments, that's I think what most people are familiar with. Those are the rezoning requests that occur outside of this general comprehensive rezoning process. There's a specific time frame each year when those can be submitted, and this is a time where the applicant has to show, and the county must find, that the rezoning is consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan and that the zoning that was applied previously was either in error or a change in the neighborhood character occurred since the current zoning was adopted. That isn't quite the case with comprehensive rezoning. As the name implies, this is where we take a more comprehensive look at zoning within the county as a whole and perform assessments, part of which is being done now with this look at land use and growth areas. So those changes would occur because of policy changes in general, and is usually associated with the adoption or amendment of a comprehensive plan, so it takes place after that occurs. Those requests can be submitted by property owners and the county itself. As Amy mentioned, the technical committee met a few weeks ago to discuss in part the various comprehensive rezoning requests that were received and the land use and growth area implications. So we looked at a variety of resources shown there, everywhere from the existing zoning maps, water and sewer service areas, priority preservation areas, existing growth areas, the Chesapeake Bay critical area, adequate public facilities ordinance, and the comprehensive plans that have been adopted. And as part of our discussions, and we looked at each application that had been submitted through this comprehensive rezoning process, we looked at a number of those considerations, such as should the land use change as requested, what is the development potential that could result with that, and with consideration given to sewer capacity that's already been established and allocations based on Schedule A, which Alan is here for specific questions about that. Expanding any existing businesses or furthering economic development, whether the change would expand or create a non-conforming situation. If there are a number of similar requests within a geographic area, what the consistency is with the zoning district, particularly looking at purpose statements of the various districts, permitted uses, and bulk standards. Looking at the future annexation and growth areas that have been identified by the various incorporated towns within the county, the desire of the county to condense the number of zoning districts that it has, and then just really looking at some mapping resources to really see what's going on these various pieces of property. With that in mind, and knowing that there are the 46 different applications or requests that we've received, we grouped those requests by geographic area, some of which have related requests and things like that. So that is how we have outlined the setup of this presentation. In your packets, however, the summary table that you received, as well as the comprehensive rezoning request detail sheets, are all in. This is the summary table. And then the one that looks like this are the detail sheets. These are all in sequential.
The new one that we just received?
Yes. Those are all in sequential order, application 1 through 46, just for ease of reference, but we thought discussing them geographically would make more sense.
Before we jump into that, I think it's important that Alan give an explanation, because what we have heard echoed through comments is absolutely correct, and we want to contextualize some of these recommendations. So the rubber meets the road in terms of applying our long-range planning goals when we see these applications. So we want to make it clear that obviously the comprehensive plan is addressing a long-range planning effort and a vision. We try to look at least 30 years out, but in terms of the necessary infrastructure through our adequate public facilities, we have to realistically look at a more short-term window as it relates to these requests. And I think that Alan Quimby's explanation will be very beneficial to everyone who has spoken so far and will speak on behalf of their applications, just to understand the root of these recommendations and the principal statement that you've all received relative to the technical committee. So if I could ask Alan to come up to address our capacity issues and to go through that Schedule A a little, if you could bring that up.
Good morning.
Morning.
Alan Quimby, Director of Public Works. Well, the situation we find ourselves in happened on December 29th, 2010. That's when the Environmental Protection Agency adopted a total maximum daily load for the Chesapeake Bay. It said that the bay was impaired by nitrogen, phosphorus, and sediment. The way a TMDL works, they determined via some model that the bay can absorb so many pounds or so many tons of this pollutant. Beyond that point, it would degrade it further. Nitrogen is the pollutant of concern for wastewater plants. The TMDL determined that the entire Chesapeake Bay watershed could absorb 186 million pounds a year. So you split that 186 million pounds amongst 7 states, 9 riversheds, further into 92 segments, and which were then divided into 6 sectors, of which point sources, being sewer plants, are one of them. The Canal plant was allocated 36,547 pounds of nitrogen. That's all it's allowed to discharge. That doesn't mean that's at 3 million gallons. Now, one of the things we are pursuing is to re-rate the plant. If we can flow more than 3 million gallons through the plant and stay under the 36,547 pounds, that would be allowed via a modification of the permit. You could also get nutrient credits other places. For instance, taking the septic systems out of Southern Canal, you get so many pounds of nitrogen depending on where that septic system is. So you could utilize that. Although it's not a free ride, you still are restrained by meeting your 4 milligrams per liter of total nitrogen in your effluent. A large portion of those septic credits, however, is going to be probably necessary to address another permit that the county saddled with called MS4, which stands for Municipal Separate Storm Sewer Systems, I believe, which the county is currently in court with MDA over, but I suspect we'll lose. But one of the provisions is we have to treat 200 acres of impervious land. And basically, the MS4 is a permit to clean up runoff as opposed to a discharge permit, which is a permit to clean up sewer discharge. So we have 200 acres of impervious land we have to treat, which we don't even own that 200 acres. So I'm not even sure how that would possibly work. Or you can apply some of the septic credits to address that. And I suspect the county is going to apply a large number of the Southern Canal and septic credits to address that issue. So that's the constraints. It's not an issue. 10 years ago, it was just a matter of money. I mean, it's a simplistic view of it, but you had to go through a discharge permit upgrade, which can be very contentious. But you could pretty much buy your way out of it. I'm not so sure you can buy your way out of this situation. I can foresee getting 100,000 gallons here, a couple 100,000 gallons there. But I can't foresee any scenario where the canal plant would flow another 1 million gallons. But that's the constraint.
Well, how do you handle it? How do you
I
handle
don't know there is a way to handle it, unless the TMDL is modified and they say, well, you know, we made a mistake and we can allow 200,000 tons or 200,000 tons into the bay a year. I don't know that there is an answer, honestly. Someone mentioned
I've
trading,
asked
which
that
I
question.
definitely don't understand.
I've asked Alan whether there is technology out there that would make the discharge water cleaner, or by cleaner I mean less nitrogen, and I'm told.
Well, you could always, like for instance, you could put a reverse osmosis train at the end of your plant, at probably a cost of $50 to $70 million, but you still have that reject water, which is going to be super high in nitrogen, but it's got to go somewhere.
The point is that it's not, the conundrum is that you've got this limit. There's no technology to reduce the pounds of nitrogen absent $70 million. And then what do you do with the highly charged water? Maybe in 10 years there will be better technology. But that's not $70 million.
I heard spray irrigation as I mentioned. Well, Kent Island is not known for well-drained soils. You probably need quite a few acres to do anything, and I suspect, and this is just me talking, MDE is getting ready to relook at that whole spray irrigation scenario anyways, in that even spray irrigation, you're only allowed to put 10 milligrams a liter of nitrogen on the ground, because that's a drinking water standard. But I suspect there's a big case, as you may know, in TRAP about spray irrigation. I think the regulations may very well change that regardless if you spray it on land or not, you're going to have to meet your 3 or 4 milligrams per liter. Trading is another avenue, which I fully admit I don't understand. I can certainly
What's another avenue?
trading from one sector to another, trading from one jurisdiction to another. I can certainly understand how that would work in the short term, but I don't understand how that would work forever. Who's going to sell you nutrient credits forever? I just don't see that as workable. So I have no solution for you. Like I said, we can probably increase the flow through the plant a couple 100,000, 300,000, but I don't know where you go after that. I really don't.
We have any questions?
What's our delta right now? How much capacity delta do we have? I mean,
Paper, none. We have like 50,000 set aside for some more commercial use. There's really nothing set aside for residential. Again, those numbers are conservative by nature. I see you show up there, we're quote unquote overflowing the plant by 110,000. I certainly believe there's enough margin of error that doesn't concern me, but none is the short answer.
On the MS4, which Alan mentioned, the county, is it Cecil County or Hartford County? That's with the Queen Anne's?
Cecil.
Cecil and Queen Anne's have been challenging the MS4 requirements for rural counties or semi-rural counties and have lost at every step so far.
They better get better lawyers.
I'm not involved in that one, so. But the county, those two keep losing. And I think it's up in Court of Special Appeals now, or Court of Appeals, I'm not sure.
I think they've lost at Special Appeals and they've
asked for cert?
Right.
Okay.
And as Steve mentioned the last time he was before you, we do still have 2 communities that have been in the water and sewer plant as problem areas as long as Kent Island Station and Remco, which in my opinion need to be addressed. So if we do get some more capacity, in my opinion, they should be addressed first.
What 2 areas?
Marlin Farms and Dominion.
so would I understand then that this becomes a federal issue being pushed down to the jurisdictions to have to deal with and manage, and without a change in the nitrogen discharge levels by the EPA, we're kind of stuck in a box?
That's my understanding, yes, sir. 10 years ago, it was a completely different story. You could buy your way out of it. Well, not to make it simplistic, but you could buy your way out of it.
Thank you.
Madam Chair. Are there any large, like, reservations of sewer capacity that have not been exercised or?
There are large, well, Four Seasons would be at the top of the list, but it's being exercised. The Perry's Retreat, which is 156 homes, have just started development. Bay Cove is still being built out. You have them before you. Those are the commitments.
What about all the ones where people are paying, like Jamal's property? Aren't they paying for stuff that's not being used at all?
That's where the existing commercial not flowing number comes from, which is just a guess, honestly.
So that's probably very conservative too, correct?
Yes. But they own it. They could flow it. They just are not flowing it. It's a commitment. And another concern from the development community, which is legitimate, we use 200 gallons, trying to figure out where we land on this stuff. We use 200 gallons a day for dwelling, which is high. I fully admit that. But if you punch in 100 gallons a day for dwelling, you're still in the red. Not much, but you're still in the red. And that number changes every month too. Another reason we use 200, all sewer systems leak. We have a heavy rain flow through our plant, it could double. You have a hurricane, it could triple. And you have to account for that too. Even though it's not waste, it still goes through your plant. And MDE looks at it as flow, which it is. And we have teams out all day long looking for those sources.
Tell me, if someone's on a septic system, tell me how that goes through your plant?
They don't. We have to
Okay.
connect them.
You have a what?
We have to connect them, like we are doing in Canal Station, Romacoke. We have to abandon their septic systems and connect them to a pipe. They're part of the one of the 6 sectors too, septic systems. They're separate from point sources. Ag being another one, forest or natural lands being another one, runoff, which is a big one, which is the MS4.
What's the ag worth?
I'm sorry?
What's the ag worth?
Worth? I don't know. But that is getting back to swapping between waste load allocations. Yeah, you could buy a 1,000-acre farm, put it in trees, and you would get some nitrogen credit from that, but I don't know that it'd be economically feasible.
You have any other good news?
Well, in my opinion, I mean, there's some capacity available if we do a few things, but we better be very careful of what we use it for, because beyond that, I'm not sure that there's going to be any more on where we are today.
Why was 2018 over twice the amount than the other years?
That was the wettest year on record, rainfall-wise. Like I said, they leak. And like I was saying, we have teams out all day long looking for leaks, but that's like the whack-a-mole game. You find one, another one's going to pop up. So it's just perpetual. You just don't ever go into it thinking you can fix it, because you can't fix it. You can try to make it better and maintain where you are, but you're not going to eliminate it. Leak.
Okay, did you want to say anything? No? You sure? Okay. I guess that we can't beat a dead horse anymore.
Well, at least it's not the county's fault this time.
I just want to contextualize, from a planning perspective, the message that Alan has just imparted. And that is, we have to be responsible when we are assessing these comprehensive rezoning requests in terms of growth area expansion. And that is a short-term, long-range planning priority. Our long-range planning, which is the 30-year threshold that we have to think about, is we have to have that dialogue about our existing growth areas. A long-range planning vision can be to look at a redevelopment incentive, look at streamlining zoning so that we have realistic growth potential within our designated growth areas, do we keep those areas exactly the same in size, or do we reduce those areas by taking out obviously large parcels that we feel as though, even in a long-range planning mindset where there may be technologies available in the future or changes in our load reduction requirements that we still know we might not be able to service. So that's the realistic conversation that we're right in the middle of having.
And there are very practical reasons to have this conversation and perhaps make some hard choices. There are several properties presently in the growth areas which, Mr. Stevens knows, are pushing hard to have staff review plans when there is obviously no ability to provide adequate infrastructure to them, most importantly sewer. And I understand the tail wagging the dog argument that was made before. I get that. But in the meantime, do we create expectations that are unrealistic in the relatively short term, over the next 10 years or so? And does that lead to the waste of staff's resources? Because as I can tell you that 2 years ago, I informed the prior planning director that notwithstanding how unlikely it would be for a plan to be approved, once it's submitted, it has to be reviewed. I don't have the discretion to say, no thanks. So there's some very practical reasons why we have to have these hard discussions.
Our adequate public facilities ordinance also plays into that. If we have land zoned for development and our adequate public facilities assessment occurs, then there is an obligation to provide that infrastructure on the county's part. So you can, and for all intents and purposes, create a false economic bubble.
I'm sorry for your interruption, but since Alan's here, can we talk about the public water as well? Is there a
Sure.
similar concern with that?
Sure, what's your question?
Well, is there a similar concern with the public water as
No, there's really no overriding constraint to water. There's no TMDO for water, for instance. I mean, obviously we all rely on groundwater. The groundwater supply is quite adequate in the county. Some of it's more difficult to treat than others. The county used to have a quite fragmented water system. They've pretty much all been connected now, which helps with redundancy. Four Seasons put up a 500,000 gallon tower, which helps to moderate the peaks. And they're also in the process of building us a very large water treatment plant. So basically, the situation from 10 years ago has completely flipped. We've gone from having too much sewer and not knowing what to do with it, and not enough water, to too much water, we don't know what to do with it, but not enough sewer.
Still took the job.
Well,
Yeah, a question. Infiltration, how much of the capacity of this plant is caused from water infiltrating into the pipes? And is there a possible fix for that?
Most of our sewer systems are vacuum, so they don't have a big infiltration. Infiltration is groundwater getting into the pipes. Inflow is rainwater getting into the pipes. Our issue is rainwater getting into the pipes. We have probably 15 to 20,000 cleanouts. They get run into by lawnmowers. They get broken. People drive into them. That's where our inflow comes from. So, like I think I said before, if we have a heavy rain, it's not unusual for our flows through the plant to double, and that flow lasts 2 or 3 days. But yeah, and that's, I think I also mentioned, we are out daily looking for inflow, broken cleanouts, and what have you, to try to stop that. Yeah, we have an infiltration problem or inflow problem, absolutely, as do all sewer systems.
does that take up the nutrients?
No, it does not add to your nutrient, well, a little bit, but no. It's more of a flow issue than a nutrient issue.
there's not a lot of nitrogen in rain.
Actually, air deposition is a major source of nitrogen. So there is nitrogen in rain, honestly.
Okay.
But not compared to wastewater.
So I guess it all gets down to the science community. They need to find out how to handle the nutrients.
That, you know, I think for whatever reason, we're the vanguard of this problem. It's going to strike other communities too. It's just for whatever reason, we seem to be in the lead.
Because we're ahead on our comp plan
That's what it is, exactly.
compared to other counties. Okay.
Well, as I understand it from Alan, though, to be clear, we're in the vanguard to some extent because there are other plants that have expanded but have not allocated close to their capacity. The larger plants may be at 50% of capacity
Well,
or,
we're a small county compared to most of them.
well, there's some counties that don't have a large plant that approaches 3 million gallons. Some of the towns have obviously smaller plants, and they may not be, well, Centerville, it's got 750 gallon capacity?
542.
542 and allocated.
A bit of it. I don't know the number.
So that Centerville may be bumping up on the problem soon.
They do have the spray irrigation option, which helps them.
Big plants aren't bumping up on their capacity yet, so they are not bumping up against the maximum pounds per year.
So that sounds like if you have a big plant, you're in better shape. So why don't we just get a bigger plant?
It's too late.
Because you can't increase the pounds per year.
How it came down was at some point MDE says whatever your capacity in your water and sewer plan, that's what you get. And fortunately, we had 3 million in our plant, even though we were only flowing like 1.7 at the time, hadn't even begun design on the 3 million gallon
So it was
plant.
our fault for not having a bigger plant to begin with.
In the plan, yes. Happened rather suddenly.
Telling us there's no way out. Okay. Like I said, I think we're beating a dead horse. Let's get on with it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we going to are you going now to the specific ones?
Yep.
Well, I think we need to be clear. Amy. Okay, so there's 46 or 47 of these requests. As I understand it, less than 10, correct me if I'm wrong, would involve a change in the land use map. And that's why, am I right about that? It's not very many that result in a change in the land use map.
No.
Okay, I want to be clear because I think there's an expectation of voting on things here, and I want to be clear about that. I'm not sure we're voting on things.
Well, we are looking for recommendations on all of these requests
That don't involve a land use map change.
They all involve a land use map change, most of them.
I think they all do. I think
Aside
that's why they're
from-
even here.
Probably aside from the many, the community of Graysonville worked together and put forward probably half of these requests in a comprehensive manner, looking at their Main Street area, which is something that staff has been looking at in terms of condensing zoning districts and creating a consistent redevelopment Main Street district for all of our communities. So those requests are probably consistent with the existing land use. Lauren, would you agree?
I think so. There are 12 specific requests that we've noted would not have any change to land use itself. And then I think within the Graysonville area, there are 20 to 26 of those requests, and we're recommending that they all be considered together, and we can explain a little bit more on that one. So that will take care of about half of these.
Okay, I guess my point and question is, why are we taking up, particularly for recommendation purposes, a zoning request in this context that does not involve a change in the land use map?
Well, twofold. One, some of them do, like as we've explained, and otherwise, some of the requests will shape some of the land use strategies that are specific to condensing districts or otherwise altering land use moving forward. So we're looking for the Planning Commission to either concur or give direction to the technical committee's recommendations as we're moving forward with the draft. The land use draft that has been commented upon is definitely being updated. That is definitely a working draft. So many of the comments we've heard, we've already have been updating, but there will be further updates to that draft based on this board's direction.
Okay, I'm just anticipating, I know you're going to hear this complaint coming up later, that maybe this is the cart before the horse on some of these. So I'm just anticipating that.
Okay.
Well, I think we have to make it perfectly clear that we're not here to give anybody the right for water rights or for water and sewer rights or for any other rights. And if that's where they want to spend their money, they're entitled to spend their money and have their zoning changed. Let's take a 5-minute break. It's back in order. Queen Anne's County Planning Commission, back in order Thursday, August the 12th. Okay, we're going through the rezoning request and we're gonna go out of sequence for a moment because we can get rid of a whole lot of them. I'm gonna name what they are. It's request number 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 39, 40, 41, 42, and 43. We're going to have a hearing on that. If anyone has any comments or any questions, it's the idea is to add the draft LU chapter that identifies a need for condensing zoning district with a focus on adding Main Street redevelopment standards for all Main Street areas within identified community plans. Do we have any comments from the floor? Yes, sir?
Brian, did you want to summarize those requests maybe?
I'm not sure
for the audience?
I'm not sure that the folks in the audience have this to know
Oh,
the
they don't.
numbers.
Okay, so it's GLD Group LLC, 4045 Main Street.
If it helps, there's a map on the screen that would show that grouping with the Graysonville
It's
Main
all the
Street area.
properties, correct? Which is,
I'm sorry.
go ahead.
I was just going to say that those are all of the Graysonville Main Street properties, and there's a mix within these of future land use, the present future land use designations, or the ones that are shown in the 2010 plan. So those either show, for example, that there's rural business employment area is the identified future or comprehensive plan land use. So in that instance, that's something that would not require changes to the 2010 future land use if the rezoning requests to the Graysonville Village Commercial were to be approved. That would be consistent. There are some other of those comprehensive land use or future land use. In this case, it's noted as being an established residential area. So for those, that would require, for consistency, again, to be changed to that residential business, rural business employment area, sorry. However, due to the large number of requests here, and just for general consistency, meeting with the technical committee, we are recommending that within the land use chapter, we incorporate an additional future land use designation that would be something related to a Main Street redevelopment corridor or something of that nature that would address the types of uses that you would see in a traditional the traditional downtown or a traditional Main Street type area, and that the designation for these areas within the various community plans be changed to that that newly created future land use. Does that make sense?
In hopes of reducing the number of zoning districts.
Right. So, I'll probably mess this one up. Lezinski, 3913 Main Street. Ronald and Julie Bennett, 3925 Main Street. Allison Rhodes, 3943 Main Street. Robert Krampitz, 3947 Main Street. Bridget Barbie, 4003 Main Street. Charles and Edith Breeding, 4004 Main Street. Charles C. Lawhead, 4007 Main Street. Robert Barra, 4029 Main Street. Dawn and Earl Eber, 4033 Main Street. Francis DeSales Ward, 4013 Main Street. Bob Barrow, 4020 Main Street. Elin Landenberger, 4024 Main Street. TDSM LLC, 4028 Main Street. TDSM LLC, 4030 Main Street and 4032 Main Street. Kathy Lee Gascon, 4041 Main Street. Dean and Sandra Rhodes, 3802 Main Street. FRC Properties, 3901 Main Street. Lawrence Ramju, 3911 Main Street. Franklin and Tammy Sewell Clark, 3724 Main Street. And Gage T. Rhodes, 3800 Main Street, Graysonville. So all these are being switched or asked to be switched.
How about 46?
I didn't see 46, wait a minute.
The very last.
Oh,
Robert and Maria Holland.
Robert and Maria Holland, 4000 Main Street, Graysonville. Do you know a number?
No, I don't.
Attachments is from 4020.
It doesn't appear to be.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Number 39.
Got it.
Yeah, it's 3802. Okay, so is there any comments? I did.
Okay.
Sure. Sure, come up. Introduce yourself again. When you get to the microphone. And your address.
My name is DeSales Ward, and I reside at 4013 Main Street. We've been working specifically on these properties between on Main Street between Queenstown Bank and Chester River Beach Road. We did submit the 22 comprehensive rezoning requests from the properties within that section of Main Street alone. These properties are currently zoned Graysonville Neighborhood Commercial. Our submissions requested the current zoning be modified to the Graysonville Village Center. Many of these properties in this section of Main Street, first of all, have good setbacks and visibility to accommodate commercial services, and already, of course, have their own sewer allocations. Main Street seems to be a very logical place for the commercial growth to grow in Queen Anne's County. Many of the properties on the east side of Chester River Beach Road are already zoned Graysonville Village Center, which is the district that we're seeking. So that would maintain some consistency along Main Street. The north side of Main Street along that corridor would be a natural transition for the commercial growth, since those properties adjoin, they connect with Queenstown Bank, Graysonville Station, Patriot Fire, the U-Haul Storage, the Seventh-day Adventist Church, and the Graysonville Medical Center. It would also be a natural transition from the Kent Narrows on Main Street all the way to Route 50 to the outlets as far as commercial growth. The south side of Main Street already has many commercial properties on it that connect with that section of Main Street. Antique stores, the drive-through liquor store, a car repair business, and I believe it may be slated for another commercial property that's going to replace the large car repair place next to the liquor store. So it's a natural transition on the south side of Main Street. We would like to be able to offer more professional services to our community in support of our county's growth, seeing that we've had so much residential growth in the past couple of years. Things like lawyers' offices, insurance brokerages, accountants, things that wouldn't use huge sewer allocations, not large projects. One of the most key elements in our zoning request is the ability to provide some adequate signage for commercial property. Under the Graysonville neighborhood commercial zoning, current zoning, the signage is very limited to a 2-foot by 3-foot sign that must be attached to the structure. So we're seeking the VC for that reason as well. I don't think any business would invest in a commercial property if they couldn't have the proper signage. And
Time, and that's about 3.
Time's up.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Do you have the timer working?
I did. I was doing it on the computer.
Any other comments? Any comments from the committee?
Sure.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sure.
I'm Teresa Amy, and I'm here to represent TDSL, TDSM LLC.
Could you speak up a little bit, please?
Pull the microphone closer.
I think it's a little short here.
Pull it down.
Oh, thanks. Yes, I'm Teresa Amy, and I'm here to represent TDSM LLC. I have 3 properties on Main Street, 4030, 4032, and 4028. And I am in 100% supportive of the 22 rezoning requests that have been submitted by my neighbors. And we truly do need to have the zoning changed because we're really at a disadvantage. We don't have sidewalks, and we don't have a number of other amenities that we need. So I just wanted to voice my opinion. I think that it would really promote the growth.
You understand that we're not here to give you sidewalks?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay.
I was just saying it's just, we're really, the infrastructure itself needs to be, I guess, enhanced for the community. And by doing so, we probably could have, a number of improvements by changing the zoning, because we would have funding from investors. Now we have.
We're not here to do your funding either.
I know. I know. But, we do have, people come in on Main Street, and they got these old houses, and then they rent them. They make tremendous, amounts of money, and they're not required to put sidewalks in, And so if we did have the zoning changed, we would have different investors that would come in that, would give the county, funding in order to have sidewalks and other things we need, like lighting, proper lighting. And I'm not asking all that, but I'm just trying to give examples as to how it would improve the community and benefit the county.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I also clarify that the specific requests that we're making of the Planning Commission is not to make a decision on the actual rezoning request itself, but on the land, whether the land use of the various parcels warrant a change. So your final recommendation would not be on in these past 2 examples, rezoning to the Graysonville Village commercial zoning. That process will happen after the comprehensive plan's adoption. So I just wanted to clarify that for everyone in the room, that we're really looking at the future land use piece and the growth area piece, although they do confusingly relate to zoning.
Okay. Any other comments? Any questions? So do I have a recommendation from the committee that this is what they're looking for?
And I guess the committee gave the recommendation that is on that sheet. Basically, the strategy would enhance a zoning change, but that would not happen until the county goes through their comprehensive review of the land use and the land use map, which would be farther down the road than the request for these individual land uses.
Let's try and understand how we're proceeding here. Are you looking for the Planning Commission to essentially endorse the recommendation that we now have on the screen at the bottom there?
What the committee did, yes.
Is that what you're looking for?
In the, under that purple section, the very bottom left.
I think that's what you're being asked to do, is to, do you agree with the paragraph that's under the
Strategy is being added to the draft LU chapter that identifies the need for condensing zoning districts with a focus on adding Main Street redevelopment standards for all Main Street areas within identified community plans. In short, propose instead CPLU of redevelopment corridor. You okay, Kathy?
No, I'm trying, this is a little confusing.
We're not voting on the zone change.
Right.
What we're voting
On the
is
recommendation.
Their
decided.
recommendation.
Right, and I know why they're all grouped together, so I'm just, many of the applicants, have they weighed in on this? Are they aware of this recommendation?
I think they've all applied for it, right?
Yeah. They all individually applied.
There's going to be endemic confusion about this process, and that's not because the process is flawed, but there is always confusion between the distinction between planning and zoning. You're in the planning phase now, not the zoning phase.
Right.
So you kind of have to ignore, if that's the right word, what people specifically want their property to be zoned for. We're not doing that now. The question is what they want.
If that's the
How do
case,
you apply- how
okay,
do
if
you-
that's the case, to me this, if that's the case, why wouldn't you go from this point on Route 18 to this point on Route 18 and say all that property in there will be zoned under this?
Not zoned. We're not doing zoning now.
But that's your planning process. That's what you're planning to make all of that from here to here, from point A to B, all the same zone.
No, not the same zone. The question is, should that stretch of Main Street in Graysonville have a planning, not consistent isn't the right word, and the same isn't the right word either, but an overarching, I suppose you might say, redevelopment strategy, which is what the recommendation is.
The
Right now, it's-
recommendation is for individual properties.
No, that's not what you're doing today. Not what's being
We're
done.
not going from A to B though. We're going from each listing each property.
Okay, let me, I understand that this is confusing, because I have been confused myself about this approach. But as I understand it, what staff and the consultants are asking is that you evaluate, you have to evaluate the rezoning request. And then consider whether that is consistent or not consistent with the current land use designation, which is a much broader category than the specific zoning. And if it is not consistent with the current land use map, that from 2010, would you recommend a change to the land use map Now, it may be you recommend a change to the land use map, the comp plan gets adopted, these rezoning requests come in, and you say, well, we don't think all of these should be rezoned to Graysonville Village Commercial. We think some of them should remain whatever the residential district is. Or if all those funny little zoning districts get eliminated, maybe some of them become suburban commercial and some of them become NC-15 if we get rid of these highfalutin zoning districts. Stephanie, is that about right? Okay. So that, some or all of these specific rezoning requests, you may ultimately decide not to grant, but that's 6 months from now.
So it's detailed future land use. Correct?
What colors the property's going to go, what colors the properties are going to be on the land use map. That's what we're talking about.
So right now, in the top right corner, that map shows what the 2010 comprehensive plan's future land use designation is. And as you mentioned, we're really looking at that piece of it. So that is noted as the CPLU, or the comprehensive plan land use. There were additional maps in the 2010 plan that gave a much more detailed future land use description. In this case, that the property on the screen was commercial and mixed use. So try not to confuse the situation too much. What we're asking for, again, as Chris mentioned, is really, do the colors on the top right map need to change? Does it need to be shown as, generally, should the property or the area be shown as, for example, a residential area or this rural business area? And those designations, all of them are shown on the cover sheet to this set. So there were 4 different of these land use designations in the 2010 plan, either an established residential area, rural business employment area, rural agricultural area, or a permanently preserved land. We are, for the areas that are designated under the community plans, that generally the Main Street areas, and they may or may not be called Main Street in all of those planning areas, but those areas that are the traditional downtowns, we're recommending that a 5th future land use be added to that, and that's that sort of Main Street redevelopment corridor. So this is where we would propose more of that, the redevelopment that is typical to that traditional downtown. So this is more of a request to see whether you think that area should retain a business or a commercial character, a residential character, a agricultural character, or a mix. And then, so that's the question that we're asking today. In the future, after the comprehensive plan is adopted, assuming you're in agreement with adding that 5th future land use, and that goes through and eventually gets adopted as part of the comprehensive plan, then there would be each of these specific requests that come back where you consider the specific rezoning request that has come in, the pros and cons of each. But at that point, the response to that request, if you are in favor of it, and again, this is many months down the road, it would have to be consistent with what, with the future land uses identified as being desirable in this comp plan update effort. Hope I didn't confuse that even more, so.
Queenstown Bank, all the way to past the post office. If everything was GBC, there would be a consistency in
Zoning
color
map.
of the map. To the
Zoning.
east of the post office, there are NC 18 zoning, but there's really no NC 18 zoning between the post office and Queenstown Bank. So
That is,
everything
this is emblematic, excuse me, Ms. Ward, this is emblematic of the confusion between a planning map and a zoning map. We're only worried about the planning map right now. What are the generalized land use preferences
I understand
in
that,
this area?
but we had to submit our request within a certain timeframe.
Okay, I understand that. Okay?
Madam Chair, I'm going to go out on a limb here. I think I get it. Okay, so I am going to make a motion that the Planning Commission concur or support the recommendation of the Technical Committee in adding a strategy to the draft land use chapter that identifies a need for condensing zoning districts with a focus on adding Main Street redevelopment standards for all Main Street areas within identified community plans. In short, propose instead CPLU of the redevelopment corridor.
Perfect.
All in
That's
favor?
exactly what they're looking for.
Can I please, Madam Chair, may I please have a more detailed definition of who makes up this technical committee?
Yep, so the technical committee involves the planning office, public works, parks and rec, also involves, let's see, the health department, emergency services.
It's analogous to the
Yeah,
stack.
mhm.
It's the stack,
Yeah,
got it, yes.
that's a fair.
And
fair-
consultants are involved in this process because of the
Yep.
role that you're playing in the comprehensive plan piece.
Yes.
Okay, call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. Next on the agenda, let's go to 01, CRR 01, Kia and Anthony Reed, 211 Gravel Run Road, Graysonville. They want to expand the community plan neighborhood, oppose expansion of GPRN
Do you wanna go
inconsistent with
through the
APF guidance.
Maps.
Principles outlined below, single parcel plan neighborhood inconsistent with the intent established in Graysonville community. So can you shed some light on that, Stephanie?
So I'm gonna step backwards just once. Lauren showed the map a little earlier that had the blocks of the separate requests that kind of are all blocked together. Do you want to go that route, or you've started basically just going numerically, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
After we did the 21 of them.
Okay, because they are kind of blocked together, I think, for a reason.
There are three others in this
Hold the
geographic
phone.
area.
Do we have another copy of this for Mr. Foster?
Well, there are a lot of people out here that don't have copies.
There's only some.
Yeah, well, I did not
We
make
can.
a ton of them. I can go print
We'll
it.
see if we can get some.
Yep, I can.
Or what's it called?
There are the three other properties within this group that are within the Graysonville area, but outside of that Main Street area. So those are, one of which is the CRR 01, which is Kia and Anthony Reed, 211 Gravel Run Road. And then Mr. Kopek,
And what are they trying to,
CRR
what are they
3334.
asking for? To go from what to what?
So for,
I guess just to clarify, to take a step back, we had set these up in groups so that we can address by the areas.
They aren't in
So
groups, they're in
I understand in the spreadsheet.
numerical order.
And what I was going to recommend is if we can, if we address CRR 001 and CRR 33 and 34, those would address the three remaining that have not been acted upon within the Graysonville area. So I'm just making
33
a
and
recommendation
34?
if we do 001 and then 33 and 34.
And 33 and 34 are located up.
Up on the Chester.
Up on the northern part of,
Chester River.
yes.
Chester River.
Yes. And that way, every of the CRRs in Group 4, we would have addressed.
And what did they want to go to?
If you want to go to RR01, which is the first one you started on, we could do
No,
that
that's not the
first,
question.
and then we can do 33.
So in this instance, they are asking, the rezoning request is from NC 20 to the Graysonville Planned Residential Neighborhood. In order for that request.
What are they currently?
They're currently NC 20.
Which is?
Neighborhood Conservation.
And that's 20 acres or
20,000 square feet minimum lot
20,000
size.
square feet? Okay.
So in this instance, the future land use is already identified as an established residential area. But, well, the technical committee's discussion, if a change were to be consistent with the request, it would require expanding the planned neighborhood area that's designated in the Graysonville Community Plan. So
Go back to the right. Are they on this?
You got it right.
Okay.
This is the right one.
Each
You
of
would
these.
have to- you see where the red, up at the top right, you see CCR01, it's yellow. To do what the Reeds want, you'd have to take the yellow and make it green. That will change the land use map. And the recommendation is not to change the land use map. The top right, leave it yellow. This is a property that would be the last house on the left before you enter the woods. Well, it's the second house from the left.
Yeah, but I guess my confusion is you say that they're lumped together, but you have absolutely the opposites on the recommendations.
So we were grouping these in by
Regions.
geographic area, not necessarily by the specific request. So that the last motion was one that covered 20 some parcels. So the rest of these are just in the general area, so that we could have a somewhat.
If you go back to the Group 4 map, what we wanted to point out, you can see how CRR01 is on the far right lower corner there, and then 34 and 33 are in the upper part, but they're still in this area. So we just put them together to try and say, okay, we're in this area of the county. You can see where all the others, CR42 over to 23, are all in that same area along Main Street. So that's why we discussed those as one group with one recommendation.
We go back to the land use map. Essentially, the question is, would you consider, does it make sense to change the map on the top right corner, that one lot, from green to yellow? I don't know what advantage.
Yellow to green.
Yellow to green.
I'm not sure what advantage it provides to that particular lot owner. That's not what we care about. Would it make better sense, for example, if you were to consider changing the land use map to take all the lots from CRR01 up to Whittington Lane, from yellow to green? Is there any reason to do that? And if not, there's no reason to change the land use map at all.
And from the staff side, when looking at that, if that happens, that leads to, does that continue to lead further up the road for other changes? And that's why when the staff and the technical committee looked at it, the recommendation was not to recommend a change in the land use.
What is green is the woods. What is yellow are the older homes on Gravel Run Road that have been around since the 40s or 50s, most of them at least. That's why it's yellow, established residential.
What did you say the green area was?
Pardon me?
The green area?
Woods.
The development.
And the gray is the transfer station.
Right. It happens to be wooded.
I get
Okay.
I know the neighborhood, yes, I get it. Okay.
Staff is recommending that the land use map for CCR01 not be changed, which does seem to make sense.
And same way with 33 and 34, because
Haven't
they don't
gotten
need to
there
be
yet.
changed at this point.
Well, in this particular instance, the green is permanent, the dark green is permanently preserved land.
Around, that's what they had to do to get the woods
That's
approved.
that's what the green part is. This one is,
I'm sorry, I
I'm going
should
to throw
have
a
said
monkey
blue.
wrench into it because it's a little bit of a different situation. Because for this one, we went back and looked at the intent that was within the Graysonville Community Plan. And for that one, there is a planned neighborhood area discussed in that plan. So for that includes taking a look and sort of planning an entire area, how that development would occur. So this request itself, based on the technical committee's discussion and recommendation, is that changing this one parcel to include it in that planned neighborhood area wouldn't make sense because that goes against the intent for this planning of an overall area. So this one isn't quite as much of a future land use change as incorporating it within the planned neighborhood area in the Graysonville Community Plan, which that's also tied to the zoning regulations for the GPRN district, which requires that parcels with that zoning be included in this Graysonville Community Plan planned neighborhood area.
So do we need a separate motion on each of these?
Yeah, we do. We just need it for the three of them
No,
that we
no,
accept.
no,
No, they're
we
separate
have to-
deals.
Three separate.
These are three distinct requests, so we're gonna have to do a motion on each one of them.
Okay.
Endorse or adopt the technical committee. Or not.
Can I
endorse
get
it.
that motion? Kath?
I was wondering, do we have a model wording so that we don't have to recreate each one of these as separate deals? Is there just a fill in the blank to say we oppose, CRR 01
Well,
or
it would be,
whatever?
I would move that the planning commission adopt the technical committee's recommendation regarding CRR 01.
All in favor? They were the words out of Bart's mouth, right?
I just want to be sure that we're consistent through the process and don't have to recreate it because it saves a lot of pressure on Kathy.
Oh, that's just me. Okay.
I'm
So
doing the seconds, I'm not doing the
I will make a motion that the planning commission adopt the technical committee recommendation with regard to request number CRR 01.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, let's go for 33. Kathy?
Madam Chair, I make a recommendation that the planning commission adopt the technical committee's recommendation with regard to request number CRR 33.
May I, sorry to interject.
Okay, well, now it's on the
each of-
floor, now we can discuss it.
So each of these, from this point forward, are individual requests. They each have individual discussion or recommendations from the technical committee. It's just that first grouping, it was all the same recommendation. So in this case, we wanted to bring it up because the rezoning request was submitted, but in this instance, no changes are needed to the future land use map or growth areas because it's already consistent with the draft plan. So we don't need a motion for this one.
Okay.
That's what I thought I said a half an hour ago.
So there are 12 instances where there's no
You give me the 12
change.
instances so we can chop them off too?
Okay, I see number.
Those are CRR 10, 12, and some of these may have been,
Well, they were in Graysonville.
some of those may be
Some
in.
were in some were in Graysonville.
Um,
some of them.
I see 38 and 39,
21.
41 and 42, but those were in Graysonville too. Number 40.
38 was
30,
not.
33 and
38 was not.
34,
38 and 44.
38.
44.
They're in group 5.
So that being said, we will go to CRR02, Dream Farm LLC, Tracy Schultz.
There's still a motion.
You have a motion and a second on the table.
Oh, but,
Somebody needs to withdraw it then.
oh, it
Okay,
needs to be.
so I withdraw my motion on number CRR 33.
Okay, so now we're on CRR02, Dream Farm LLC, Tracy Schultz.
Signed up to speak to put him on.
And he signed up to speak. Tracy? Introduce yourself and.
Tracy Schultz, in Chester, Maryland, owner of Dream Farm LLC. I have copy letters too for give to you. Here today in front of the Planning Commission, and the managing member of Dream Farm LLC, the owner of the above referenced property. I am requesting that the countryside zone portion of the Dream Farm property be re-included in the Chester-Stevensville growth area and provided appropriate zoning for future master plan development during the subsequent comprehensive rezoning. The property currently has split zoning. Approximately 16 acres is within the growth area and is zoned neighborhood village center. The rest of the parcel is outside of the growth area with countryside zoning. The NBC zone area has a comprehensive water and sewer plan designation of S3W3. The rest of the property is currently mapped as no planned service for sewer and water due to its removal from the growth area in 2007. The entire non-critical area portion of the above referenced property was included within the Chester growth area as part of the adopted 97 Chester Community Plan and was provided a zoning district designation of Chester Master Plan Development. This plan and zoning designation was established to provide an area for future mixed-use growth and development to occur near existing development and infrastructure. The critical area portion on the eastern side of the farm adjacent to Good Hands Creek remained outside the growth area and retained low-density countryside zoning and a critical area resource conservation area designation. This portion of the property was intended to remain a rural greenbelt or buffer, defining the southeastern edge of the Chester growth area. In 2002, the County Planning Commission and County Commissioners approved the 2002 Queen Anne's County Comprehensive Plan Update. This plan reinforced the county's commitment to provide designated growth areas, and the Dream Farm property retained its designation as part of the Chester growth area. In 2007, the County Commissioners adopted a new Chester-Stevensville Community Plan and deleted most of the Dream Farm property from the growth area and later rezoned the deleted portion to countryside zoning. This action significantly limited the size and scope of the Chester growth area, thereby limiting the supply of available land and the Chester community that could be developed for future residential commercial use. The 2010 Queen Anne's County Comprehensive Plan Update held the 2007 Chester-Stevensville Community Plan growth area boundary for Chester as it applied to the Dream Farm property. It is understood that the county currently has limited capacity remaining in the Kenton Ayers Graceville Sewer Water Treatment Plant. However, solutions for additional capacity will likely be developed sometime during the next 10-year comprehensive plan cycle. The comprehensive plan should not be the tool used to regulate growth by not allowing the change of zoning on parcels of land that are adjacent to growth areas or used for the downzoning of properties because of the available sewer capacity. The county's adequate public facilities ordinance is in place to govern the pace of development and sync with limits and expansions of infrastructure for sewer, water, roads, schools as they may occur. When expansion of development infrastructure does occur, it should logically occur in the vicinity of the growth areas and incorporated towns where the county has long determined additional growth and development should happen. Having adequately sized and planned growth areas with access to existing or planned infrastructure is a key component of the county's overall growth management program. It is a way we ensure we can efficiently accommodate growth and the development investment, and it is a key tool to help and maintain the rural and agricultural character of the county outside of these growth areas. It is important to have enough land within growth areas so that the supply of land, available land for development is not so constrained it causes unnecessary land price increases and resulting in negative impacts on affordable housing and commercial land costs. From an environmental standpoint, it is well known that concentration of development on public sewer with the ability to foster pedestrian travel is a much preferred and more environmentally and physically responsible scenario over scattered suburban and rural development with on-site septic systems. The 1997 Cheshire Growth Area concept and designation of the entire portion of Dream Farm within the growth area made good plan sense in 1997 and still makes good plan sense now. Thank you for consideration of this request.
So is there any questions? This is a case, it looks like there was a mistake made or a change made. And we might want to consider changing it back. I mean, they know that there is no way that they can get sewer capacity at this point. This is one of those cases where people are spending money and that's where they want to spend their money, is with lawyers to change it.
Why does the technical committee oppose this expansion?
The technical committee opposes it basically because of the sewer capacity. If you look on the front page, so the technical committee refers to this APF guidance principles. It's outlined in the legend, your asterisks. If you look at that, it's on the front page. If you read that section on the front page, they refer.
Front page where?
Right here.
You want me to read it to you? I thought.
There should be asterisks.
Yeah, put it in, so it's on the record.
Yep, I can read it. So during this planning cycle, the community finds itself nearing the limits of adequate public facilities, including transportation infrastructure on its state and local roads, the Chesapeake Bay Bridge, local school capacity, and sewage capacity permit restrictions at the county KNSG wastewater treatment plant. In addition to these infrastructure challenges, the county must contemplate sustainable and resilient land use policies in the face of necessary hazard planning. So the technical committee refers to that guidance throughout this entire document in multiple requests. And that does come down to, our facilities that at this time, obviously sewer is not adequate, roads we have issues with. So the technical committee refers to that. And also, we also address the critical area portion of this property. It is RCA. So to go from RCA, it would have to be, go through growth allocation. It's not consistent with critical area.
But it wasn't in RCA before.
No, it's in RCA now.
Yeah, it's been RCA since 1988. This property was under serious, was heavily discussed in 2010.
And none of us were here for that, so.
That's right, but it wasn't, I wouldn't describe what happened in 2010 as a mistake. There was a lot of discussion about it. Clearly, the presence of RCA on more than half of the property was significant. You can see the, was that about 16 acres, as I recall? I may be wrong about 16 in the northwest corner remained in the planning area. That's the hatched part in the corner. And I guess the question is, what, if anything, has changed since 2010 that would justify putting the balance of the property, more than half of which is in the RCA, back in the planning area,
I
particularly.
think he's only asking for the 16 acres to go back in.
No, he's not. It's the whole property.
Oh, the whole property.
16 acres is in the planning area. That was left in 2010.
Barry?
Mr. Dobson, the property was in the growth area originally.
We're trying to say planning area. Notice how carefully I'm saying planning area.
1997. It was taken out in 2007. There really wasn't a lot of consideration in 2010 in the overall comp plan. It was taken out when that particular growth area plan was updated.
I'm corrected on that.
I think what Mr. Schultz is really asking for is he's not interested in the critical area portion of it coming back into the growth area. It never was. He's asking for the non-critical area portion of the property to be put in the growth area.
Do you know, Barry?
Tracy, do you know the acreage?
It's on the chart. The balance that's outside of the planning area or growth area, either one is 138 acres.
But if you take the critical area portion out of that, it's significantly less.
That white line is to the south of that?
See the critical dark green? It's the white area, right? That's what you're talking about.
I hate to touch a third rail here, but I guess I will. I can tell you that going to the property to the west, which is the NVC property,
The green area?
the map on the bottom left.
Okay.
Okay, that's the Lowry Farm. It's essentially across from the Safeway. Well, sort of from the Safeway. That property is going to come up in connection with the land use plan and the scope of the Chester planning area and whether it should remain in the Chester planning area or come out. It's going to be a hot one. So I recommend that the Dream Farm property go back in the planning area. That would derail the discussion about whether or not Lowry Farm should remain in or out of the planning area at the same time.
You know what number Larry Farms is?
They did not, that was not a submitted request. Back to the discussion we had with Mr. Quimby and additional information that are in your briefing packets as part of the technical committee's discussion related to the sewer capacity issues. One of the recommendations is to identify larger parcels that are recommended to come out of the growth area because of the, due to their size and development and the not wanting to create that misconception that there is the ability for them to get that, to get capacity or to develop
The point is, you can't consider this one really in a vacuum. You need to think about this one in connection with the recommendations regarding the Lowry Farm.
But if we have nothing from the Lowrys about asking for any change, how do we?
No, because there's, I think, as I understand it, I don't know where Amy went, but, oh, there she is. I believe there's going to be a generalized discussion about the boundaries of the planning areas and whether they should be modified, whether or not a particular property owner has asked for a zoning change.
That's what you were going to say?
He
Okay.
said.
Joe Stevens is about to shoot out of his chair when I just said that, but we have to address it.
It's just that there's been nothing public about it, so we haven't, the Lowry people have nothing to respond to, so.
Right, because it hasn't been formally proposed by the planning staff, but it.
Perhaps that discussion shouldn't happen before the one that's happening now.
Yep, I agree. I don't think this one can be taken in a vacuum.
think that that's a helpful point to raise, just in terms of consideration of this request in general, in terms of expanding our growth areas. If we are going to have a conversation that anticipates accommodating the growth that we have and with the flow and capacity that we have, this is why that whole notion of, do we expand any of our growth areas? And that was highly discussed by our technical committee. And so the principal statement that was generated was meant to create fairness and equity between all of these applications, especially as they related to expanding our growth areas. That the second conversation to have is, what do we do with the growth planning areas that we have on in our plan right now. So Chris is absolutely right. These conversations can't happen in a vacuum, and this is the first step, is assessing applications that are asking us to grow our planning areas, to expand those areas.
Okay.
We're sort of repeating ourselves here, I know. Do we, for the next 10 years, recognizing that the horizon is not just 10 years for planning purposes, I get that, expand the planning areas and create, thereby, unreasonable expectations for property owners in the expanded planning area? Or do we face the reality that we have, as explained by Alan Quimby, recognize it and work on it over the next 10 years?
He's the only one that everybody else. And the X's at 9.
Yes.
Can I make one point in response to Chris?
Sure.
One of the things I think the Planning Commission needs to consider when you're looking at what you're doing with your growth area boundaries, planning areas, expanding, deleting, is one of the things that happens if it's in the planning area, then the owner has expectations and knowledge that somewhere down the road, this is probably going to be a property that could be developed at suburban type densities. If you go ahead and take it out of the growth area or the planning area, that property owner then has every right to come in and do low density subdivision of that property. And when you do that, you've now put a noose around your planning and growth areas. And if that happens, then you're not going to ever see future expansion in these existing communities. It's going to occur elsewhere in the county.
Which is farmland.
Which I don't disagree with what Barry said, except the experience is that the landowners do not have sufficient patience and come in and want to do things that are simply unrealistic. I'll be specific with respect to Joe Stevens' client at the Lowry Farm.
But then this would be a lesson in patience.
Pardon me?
This will be a lesson
What would be a lesson?
in patience.
Yeah, right.
I mean, they know what the story is when they get involved. They know that there's no growth going on. And if that's where they plan to spend their money, with the lawyers and the engineers and the architects and everything, they should be allowed to spend their money where they want to.
I'm not going to disagree with that.
But realize also,
And to add to that, since my name's been brought up several times in this project, to add to that.
I didn't say what lawyer.
I brought his name up several times.
No, I didn't share. I would never do that. Developers come in these areas that the county has identified for growth for years. And this was the only one that made it through the 2007 comprehensive plan update, by the way, the Chester-Stevensville plan. And they come in and they understand limitations on capacity. They propose plans, and what often happens is they get reduced in scope to meet capacity, or the developer steps to the plate and creates capacity, whether it's roads, schools, sewer, whatever the case may be, or it doesn't move forward. And that's the way that all these happen. So to say, and you know, there's a proposal out on the Lowry Farm that still hasn't even really been vetted.
Because you haven't responded to the 60-page comment letter.
And whether we get those letters in order to keep us in the background until this is happening. So to say that the Lowry Farm is whatever gets proposed at first on paper, that's just not accurate. I mean, these things get whittled down, and if there's not capacity, they don't move forward.
And when they get whittled
I
down,
wasn't here to speak to the Lowry Farm necessarily.
and when they get whittled down, such as Joe is proposing, they're not fulfilling the original objective of the planning area.
Well, no, you can't say that the density, if a density and a development proposal on the Lowry Farm is half of what's being proposed now, and I'm just throwing numbers out there, that if that works, if that's what capacity is there for, if that's what can meet APF, that's not necessarily a bad proposal, 60-some odd acres. So we're not here to talk about that. Since it keeps coming up. And candidly, if there's a proposal to whittle down the growth areas, perhaps that's the first conversation that should be had before we go through all this exercise with all these other properties.
I agree with that. I mean, it can't be done in a vacuum.
I sincerely apologize, but I've had a death in the family, and I have funeral duties going on, so I apologize, but I have to leave.
A potato. So we are still discussing. Are there any comments, motions, or ideas from the commission?
I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to make a motion that the Planning Commission does not adopt the technical committee recommendation on request number CRR02.
Second.
Motion and seconds or discussion?
Discussion. I've spent a lot of time going through the guiding principles document and all of the other information, actually, since it was dropped at my back door last week. So the county has many tools in its toolbox to manage growth, to control growth. I think this is an overreach because we all know that the sewer capacity is where it is. I don't doubt or refute any of the information that's been given to me. Therefore, the allocation will not be given if it's not there. I think that this also overarching assumes that the comprehensive plan has no solutions to anything. It's just like we're going to sit back and say, okay, this is where we are. So I just wanted to explain why I made my motion, and I believe that this county rightfully has some very good tools in our toolbox to control and direct growth in the planning areas. So that's my thought.
I think respectfully, Kathy, the point is worth bringing back up again is that when a property owner, regardless of who that person may be, is when they come in and they propose to staff, they are taking resources to chase something that, because there's no sewer allocation, is wasteful to the county resources. It has to come before how many people in this office, parks, DPW. Then it comes before us, and we say, we like your idea, but we have no capacity, so we're sorry. But even though we gave you that carrot on the end of the stick in August. So by taking the tech committee's recommendations, we're not stripping Mr. Schultz of his rights indefinitely. There are other bites at that same apple. And just based on the expert technical committees who have probably ad nauseum gone through this, I would disagree and follow the recommendations of the county staff that have gone through this process. And also has been brought up that you can't think of this in a vacuum. There are other moving parts that are influencing this. And the fact that there's, over half the property is in critical area and is RCA. RCA is resource conservation, right? Let's not forget these acronyms. And so for that, well, the vote hasn't been taken, but it's worth pointing out that there are implications, financial and resource allocation-wise, from this department that go along with providing, that would be responsible for if that motion, if your motion passed.
I understand. I also saw a recommendation in here in some of the documentation I went through about education, developing an education approach or a program regarding the lack of sewer capacity and what your expectations are and are not and what can be fulfilled. And I absolutely support that. And I have confidence that our planning and zoning department could provide that education to developers and try to alleviate the burden on them by, I guess I'll use the word, squashing those expectations right away. So I do support that. I think that was in the guiding principles document.
I did just want to, while we're in discussion.
Yes, we are.
That's correct.
All right. I do want to address one comment that Kathy, that you made, and that is, I think that there is a perception that the technical committee and that our consultants are putting forth a document that is rolling up doors. And I just want it to be clear that that is definitely not the direction that staff is giving, but this is a part of the review. The next part of the review is to develop strategies that support economic development projects and other development projects within a reasonable planning areas and assisting our towns to accept growth. But I do just want to be clear that there isn't a recommendation to halt our planning areas, their expansions, and not have another means to provide development opportunities. But for the short-term planning time frame, our intention would be to really emphasize and incentivize redevelopment opportunities within some of our blighted properties that we might consider blighted or in danger of becoming blighted, and also to make sure that the growth areas that we do have are developed according with the infrastructure that we do have available. So I don't want this planning board or members of the public to think that we're looking to throw up our arms with our adequate public facilities and not have alternative planning avenues available to the community.
So.
All right, there's a motion and a second to support the applicant's request.
Could I make one request? If you are going, if the way that you're phrasing your motion is to go against the technical committee's recommendation.
I think I used the word not adopt.
Can you specify
want
how you want us to move forward? So in this instance, would you want the planning area expanded and the future land use changed, just so we have the specific information on the record?
Well, my understanding is our recommendations are going to the county commissioners. Is that correct? Where does this go after here?
We're not there yet. We don't have a final plan. This is whether or not, at this point, to alter the land use map to a classification that would be consistent with what the applicant is seeking on the zoning side. So if you were if your view is that the technical committee's recommendation should not be adopted, then you need to give the technical committee guidance on what should occur with respect to this property. That is, should it stay the same? Should the land use map be changed to whatever would accommodate, or strike that? Should the land use map, be changed to accommodate an expansion of the Chester planning area to include this property?
Okay. Okay, so I will amend my motion that the Planning Commission does not adopt the technical committee recommendation, but rather support the request number CRR02 for an expansion of the Chester growth area.
Second.
Motion, there's a second. Further discussion based on that amended motion. All in favor of that motion?
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. Motion carries.
That'll insulate Lowry.
Is good. Do you have the list of this
But
grouping?
I guess to answer your comment, I don't know about Lowry, I haven't seen any information about it. Has not come before us, so I can't really.
So we are having this conversation a little out of order. The first piece of our plan presentation was to go over the recommendations that came out of the technical committee's discussion on the adequate public facilities and particularly the sewer capacity issue, which in part includes some additional guidance on how you want to see the growth areas change or not, planning areas change or not change. That would have led into this discussion, and I think would have been a little bit, would have made a little bit more sense, but we don't have specific properties already identified to come out of the planning areas yet. We wanted to have that higher level discussion and make sure that you were in agreement with those recommendations, which were outlined in your briefing memo in the first section under the APF discussion.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Good, do you have the next section or property involved in this grouping, if you will, please? I have them numerically in order, not by group.
The next one is number
33 and 34.
5.
Or wait,
Do
you address 33 and 34, did we?
Oh, we didn't need to. So the next one is CRR 05.
05, Chester Haven Beach Partnership, LLP. Is there any comment from the applicant? Mr. Stevens.
Thank you. Joseph Stevens on behalf of Chester Haven Beach Limited Partnership. I'm going to hand this out to you all. These are excerpts from what I had submitted earlier this year. Thank you, Commissioners. This one really somewhat baffles me, I have to say, that this property is the NC-15 property, which means 15,000 square foot lots. It's had a subdivision on it of 180 plus lots since the 1950s. Was zoned originally, in the original zoning, as R3, which is a high-density residential zone. Was in the growth area in the 1987 plan all the way through to 2007 when it was taken out as part of the down zonings that went on throughout Kent Island area. What I find concerning, I guess, is that the staff indicates a recommendation that it not be included in the planning area, which is what we've requested, indicating that the circumstances of the property haven't changed since 2007. The property has sewer allocation for all the lots. So the question is does it come into the planning area and get a planned development designation so they can properly reconfigure and do a subdivision to today's county standards under the Chester Master Plan Development District, or are they forced to simply try and reconfigure lots and do the best they can because they have sewer and they're going to develop the property in the the county has granted them sewer allocation, and they've paid their deposits, which are non-refundable, 20% now. They owe another deposit in several months. I've given you a copy of the Public Works Agreement. We've been working on this, and this ownership has been working on this for a decade, since the 2010 plan, and it wasn't included in, and filed an application independently in the mid-2012, 13, 14 range, and the Planning Commission and staff said, no, we don't want to consider it till the comp plan update. So it just seems to make a great deal of sense to put it in the planning area, let it come through the county's processes. Hopefully you'll rezone it in several months, so we're not here to talk about that at this point. Rezone it to SMPD, and then it would probably request growth allocation. It's a candidate, it'd be a perfect candidate for that, and it will extend public water there, which is well needed down in that part of the county, down towards the Kent Narrows. That's all we're talking about. We're not talking about whether this property develops or not, because it is in the growth area. It does have sewer allocation. And that's the driving factor for not including anything else in the growth area. So that's why I said this one baffles me, because I just don't see why the county wouldn't want it in, why the technical committee wouldn't recommend that it come in, because it's going to get developed, and it's not one where there's an adequacy of facilities from sewer standpoint. If you're talking roads and schools, it's an existing subdivision. So as long as a new development came in, reconfigured, under master plan district, and didn't increase the number of units beyond the number of lots that are there now, there's no capacity issue either. I mean, there will be, obviously they'll generate school capacity and road cars and so on, but no more than what it would under the current scenario. But if you bring it in under a master plan development district, pull it into the planning area, and it goes through to get water allocation and growth allocation, this board, as well as the county commissioners, will have the ability to exact things like public parks, more open space, off-site improvements for water, roads, and so on. Whereas in an existing subdivision, that's very limited, this commission's ability to do that. We think it's a very reasonable request, and in fact, I go so far as to say that not including it is inconsistent with your own planning policies. It's a PFA. It's designated priority funding area. So, today's been a bit of a roller coaster morning for all of us, and so I'd ask that you please consider pulling that into the planning area. It makes sense from a number of standpoints, and I don't think that it's been given any reasonable justification not to, and circumstances have changed substantially. And I gave you a copy of the Public Works Agreement. Thank you.
Every time this property comes up, I'm sure to put on the record that myself, my brother, and two sisters own property immediately across the street from this property.
One moment, Mr. Griffith. Does staff or any other member of the technical commission care to respond to Mr. Stevens' comments? Amy, Stephanie?
Well, you see the recommendation there. Obviously, the APF guidance principles are a large portion of that. As far as there being this, I guess, we mentioned that, nothing has changed since 2007. The fact that it was taken out in 2007, we just would like to stay consistent with that.
Mr. Griffith? Keeping in mind that I'm sure Mr. Stevens went well over 3 minutes.
Okay.
Sure.
I've been involved with this property for about 10 to 15 years, working for the owners. It is a recorded 1950s Bay City, Cloverfield style subdivision, acknowledged lots of record. It's a PFA. It has neighborhood conservation zoning. It was taken out in 2007, mainly for political reasons at the time. It already has sewer, so it's not one of these problems with APFO. The sewer allocation has happened. It's right next door to another master plan development. If we can get this in the growth area, the planning area, and get a PUD type zoning and work with the critical area commission on some growth allocation, we can actually develop this in a way to respect the critical area buffers, non-tidal wetlands, lay this out as a nice community versus
the owner having to go in and try to build what he can from the old 1950 subdivision. And there'll be no more lots than there were with the previous approved subdivision. So again, as Joe said, this should be a no-brainer. This never should have came out of the planning area. And now that it has sewer allocation, has a PFA designation, it definitely needs to go back in. Thank you.
Well, it's on anyone sitting up here, quite honestly. Are you up for it?
Mr. Vice Chair, I make a motion that the Planning Commission does not adopt the technical committee recommendation on request number CRR05, and that we honor the request of the applicant's CRR05 to expand Chester growth area.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I'm just going to go on record again as just stating that I did study the guiding principles. Again, I just feel that the county is already in possession of the tools to help manage and control these projects as they develop. So it's just my
Justifications, comments. All in favor of the fine lady's motion?
aye.
I actually have to, I live next to the subdivision. Can I vote on that, okay?
Yeah, you're in Gibson's grant?
Yeah.
You don't have to recuse.
Okay, fine. Aye.
3 ayes to 1 nay.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Is good.
The next item is CRR 28, which is on Old Dominion Road in Chester.
D8, Kent Island Volunteer Fire Company, Department, excuse me.
Just 28. 28's on the screen.
I got, may I approach Judge Stevens?
I'm confused now. What are we doing?
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, if you're going through that.
I don't know what we're doing right now. Are we doing
28.
it geographically or by number?
We're still in the we're still doing geographically.
Somebody said 08.
I'm sorry, it was 28.
28. Kent Island Fire Company are looking to request a change in land use. Does the applicant have a voice? Mr. Stevens.
Well, no, I was asked by Jody Schultz, who had to go to a funeral as well today, if I would just speak very briefly of this one and the next one below. I can't, I'm only assisting him. I'm not saying I'm here in the representative capacity of Kent Island Fire Company, but this has been requested. This land was gifted to the fire company with the intention of potentially putting a substation down there. They didn't do that. They rebuilt, and got the land up near the Safeway area at the overpass. And so I think they're looking for this to come into the growth area. And I can't speak any further whether they want to sell it or anything of that nature, but it's, I was told that it does have sewer, at least there might be one tap there. But that's what Jody had written on his notes to me, so I can't say for sure. But just so it's not left hanging without anybody speaking to it, he was here and did want to talk to it, but had to leave for a funeral today.
Well, I'm confused. The recommendations at the bottom say that the land use map apparently doesn't need to be changed?
The
If
property.
that's so, why is this not one of the ones that we don't need to consider?
The property is already in the planning area, but the item on the table is that the detailed future land use has this shown as medium-density residential, which is 2 to 8 units per acre. So that while the land use itself might be consistent, the issue here is that the change would require that growth allocation, which requires a density of 20 acres that doesn't allow for greater density on this parcel.
Well, growth allocation will come later on in the process. So I mean, this seems to me to be, again, I only got pulled into it literally an hour ago. But it would seem to me to be one that's deferred deferred until you look at the rezonings themselves, if it is in the planning area right now.
Can you,
I'm not
I
clear
know,
why
I'm
this
thinking
isn't-
the way that you're thinking. Could you elaborate?
Can you help us out here?
I don't think it's in the planning area.
It's in the Chester planning area. It's a.
Oh, sorry, I was
each of
looking
these-
at, never mind.
Each of the future land uses, it's a bit of a two-part issue. There's the more generalized comprehensive plan future land use, which in this instance is established residential area. The 2010 plan then goes on and has a more specific future land use map that is really associated with the water resources element. And that has this listed as low-density residential, which is 1 to 3 units for every 5 acres. So it's that second piece that would need to be changed from low density to medium density to be consistent with the rezoning request.
I didn't get that.
I didn't either, and I don't see it under the TC discussion, what you just said. I agree with Joe that concerns about growth allocation and so on, that's down the road and it has nothing to do with how this should be zoned. Or it might, I take that back, it might have something to do with how it's zoned. I didn't understand this other map that you mentioned in the water resource element, and it's not in this discussion.
So the top right map shows that comprehensive plan land use map, which is the yellow established residential area. There's a more specific map in the 2010 plan that has more specific categories underneath it. In this case, it's got that low density 1 to 3 units per 5 acres. The question and the discussion that the technical committee had was that we also looked at the requirements of the critical area. So if that second tier future land use were to change to medium density, it's not something that could be achieved because of that, because of the RCA density requirements of having 20 acres.
But it can't meet the
That's not a
requirements.
density requirement, that's a, it's 20 acres is to be contiguous with existing, if you're gonna go from RCA to ID or LDA, it's supposed to be at least 20 acres of contiguous land, though that could be waived, so, not waived, but modified. Okay. I'm even confusing myself now.
But it would still seem to me to be a zoning consideration down the line when you rezone, and then in terms of RCA requirements, if a site doesn't meet the RCA criteria for growth allocation, it doesn't get growth allocation. You got sites all over the county that have that, but it would seem to me that you're across the street from the Kerwin's Landing and all that, so I think that you probably could. So again, I just pulled it. So thank you if you don't have any other questions.
It's sort of an odd designation of SCL by itself on that side of Dominion Road, but I guess that's because it's 2.5 acres.
The reason we're trying to undo the property was to try to have some affordable housing for some of our members or something maybe in the future if we could. Because a lot of our members we see from the fire department, they grow up here, join the fire department, they get older, want to buy a house, and the family and all that stuff, they can't afford to live on the islands. So we lose them as members to, they move up the county or to another county. So we're trying to see if we can find a way to maybe have some affordable housing for our members. That's some of the purpose behind this.
Okay, well, I'm still confused. The recommendation is to oppose the land use change, but you're telling us that the land use change is consistent with the proposed rezoning. And then there's something about a water resource element map that we don't have in front of us. I'm a little confused.
Chris, where are you mentioning the water resources? element?
Just mentioned it.
The detailed future land use map, that was, that's in the 2010 plan, and that relates, that was included as part of the 2010 plan's water resource element.
Okay.
I think Mr. Drummond was correct. I mean, this is really just going from SC to NC. It's not a land use change, and that should be taken out with the rezoning request.
No, if I'm trying to understand this, apparently there's a map that we don't have that says something about this being low density rather than 1 to 3 low density residential designation on a map.
Are you looking for that map in the 2010 plan?
No, another map.
Do we have an option of deferring these two requests?
Lauren's looking up the map right now.
If we can find the map that she's referring to.
29 seeks to do the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Who should I?
Two separate parcels.
Is that the map?
Yeah, they're seeking the same thing, and they're the same family.
What are we looking at here?
No, that shows the
Established
The
residential.
current comprehensive plan land use.
which is the higher
We'd have to
tier.
blow that up probably to see it.
552.
Vice Chair?
Yeah.
Could we take just like 2 minutes?
Yeah, it's got to give him another minute.
Sure, sure.
As soon as this wraps up, sure.
Yep, yep.
They don't want to make it.
We're going to need to, because if nobody can leave, we can't vote. We lose our quorum.
I don't think it's that far down.
They keep it low density.
Very low.
We have
green
request in here. Then I'm going to recuse.
Are you on the right road?
She left, that was it.
I'm looking at the creek.
I've been wanting to vote on it, because I don't see how
Yeah,
Ken
the
keeps
road
taking $300,000 a year, non-refundable, to do it. But the water allocation still hasn't been given to them, and they'll have to reconfigure this whole thing.
Oh, no, it's not that. It's Kerwin's Landing off to the right there. We can't make it. Yeah.
Okay. So if it's all right with the applicant and the applicant's substitute, would it be amenable to your friend at this point in time to table this for a time when we have more information?
I think so, and I think the next one's the one below it, also Mr. Schultz, and is Mr. Schultz personally. And that one is purely a zoning, I believe, but if it's not, you can table that.
What is it? What is he looking to do there?
He's looking to go to NC8,
From what?
NC1, just as everything else was down there.
And
That's zoning.
That's a zoning.
Right.
Correct. That one is just noting that, and we'll note that the information on the screen is different than in your packets. There was a transposition error. So for this one, we're saying that the land use itself, in this case, would, again, while it may be consistent, the change may or may not be consistent with the critical area.
On plan issue.
So that's,
Well, table both of 28 and 29? Or 29 is off the table altogether.
Yeah.
Bad analogy.
I'm inclined to think the 28 is too, because I'm, unless we have a more, we can't make, this is.
It's too fine a scale.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's one of the reasons for, I think,
From the staff
punting
side,
this.
I think the point we were trying to say is the current land use that's designated there allows some residential development. by going to the change, whatever it would be changed to, even with, because of the RCA, it's not going to change any of that density requirement. So why would we change the land use if it's not changing the residential requirement down the road?
Always make a run at growth allocation, and
That's the thing, you could make the change to the land use, but then going through the process, you're not going to get the allocation.
Right,
So
no,
we were sort of like, why make the change if it's not going to have an effect down the road?
That's sort of a zoning decision, not a land use decision.
Which is fine if that becomes a zoning decision.
You can't apply for growth allocation unless you have the proper zoning.
Okay, well, let's move on.
Right, okay. So thank you, Mr. Stevens and Mr. Schultz in abstention, for your time. Ms. Good.
So are you tabling 28?
Table, well, we,
Tabling 28.
tabling 28, and it seems like 29 is irrelevant.
It's the same,
That's a zoning issue.
same issue, same location, same.
You guys taking a break? Thought I heard that.
Oh,
I had just asked for,
want to take a short recess? Because if we lose our quorum, we can't move forward anyway. So,
I'm afraid you're going to lose the quorum in a while, when Mr. Baker's comes up, then you're not.
that's being discussed.
Yeah.
That probably should have been.
No problem, you don't have a quorum.
What I was going to suggest is that I think in 006, you've got the same argument that it is not a planning issue, it's simply a zoning change. But what I would say, to give us time to address that, as well as R.B. Baker, we could also table that to the next meeting. And can I say one thing on R.B. Baker? First thing, obviously, Mr. Baker, the quorum problem results from the fact that obviously he's going to have to recuse himself. But in addition to that,
I'm sorry, Mr. Foster, what numbers, Mr. Baker? Oh, here we are, 31,
Yeah.
32?
31, 32. Gotta make these larger, I'm sorry. And on the Geis farm, which is,
We're all over the place, I have no idea where we are.
31, it would actually be withdrawing that for consideration.
Hold on, 31 I have is Baker and Sons.
Yeah, but if you look, it's for 115 acres. That's generically referred to as the Geis farm property.
Okay.
We would be withdrawing that, we would table 0032, which is the 10-acre parcel, and we would be asked that that be tabled, and we'll come back next month to address that and 006.
The staff, council, or commission have any concerns about Mr. Foster's request?
Yes. If we could take a brief recess, we need to discuss the trajectory of this review and the nature of tabling and the nature of making recommendations today. So if we could just take that recess before.
Well, first thing, we got an issue with a quorum, because Mr. Baker's not going to be able to sit. So secondly, I was going to be in here, I thought, for an hour, 2 hours this morning. I've got appointments this afternoon that everyone's just we're kind of off the rails a little bit here. You've tabled the two before us. I would suggest that it's not going to do anything to table this and we can come back. I'm not sure why I'm here anyway on 006, because again, it's simply a zoning designation. We're not asking for any changes to the comp plan. Whatever the comp plan was in 07, 010, you can leave it the same way. So there are not any requests in that regard. But if we can table it, then we can take both up at the same time.
Understood, Mr. Foster. Thank you for your position explanation. Thank you for interrupting our conversation. And I will defer to staff, and we are going to have to take some time and work on our trajectory. I apologize in advance if that wrecks your schedule, but there's other people in the room to take into consideration, and we'll certainly come back to your request for tabling and or dismissing as soon as we have a short recess.
Okay.
Let's say high noon, come back and reconvene. All right, thank you all for your patience. We'll reconvene the August 12th meeting of Queen Anne's County Planning Commission with further discussion on where did
Were we talking about number 6, number 28, 29, and 32 tabling? And then, but I think there's been some discussion about exactly what does that mean, and so maybe
Right.
we need to.
So, well, Mr. Foster has withdrawn 31 from conversation today, and because we lose a quorum with Mr. Baker, that has been dismissed and tabled for another work group or another planning commission meeting. Is that
31.
That's correct. We have a choice. Yes, I think that's
I'm
right.
just making sure that,
Aren't there a couple of there's 2 Baker requests?
yeah, one is 31 that Mr. Foster withdrew just before break, and then 32 is the one that we're tabling because we will not have quorum. We legally can't vote on it anyway.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yep.
Okay. Sir.
Excuse me, I'm going to recuse myself from number 35 as well.
35 as well. Eber? Oh, sorry, wrong page.
H.D. Miles.
Miles,
Okay.
former.
Where's all out of order here? Said 30.
35.
Oh, 35. All right, so we'll have to table that one as
table
well. Get that, Sharon? Thank you. All right, Ms. Good.
How about 28? Can we go back to that one that was on the table?
Yeah.
28.
28 and 29?
I know, it's on the table. So
Oh, that's
can we go
the-
back to that? I think it was tabled.
That was Mr.
Or
Schultz's,
28,
the
29.
volunteer fire company?
That was, I understood it was tabled while we were trying to develop more information about this map that was being mentioned.
28, 29, yes.
Not 29, because we decided
29 is
just
a zoning issue only.
Zoning issue.
And I think Stephanie has found a map that, or it's something about this map that we can see better.
Specific, it might not want to, because it doesn't have the properties on it.
We do not have with us a map, a property-specific map. It's just a PDF that we would be able to put on that
We could probably zoom in a little
screen.
bit. Can we zoom in on it?
Bring it to you, Chris, or?
Oh, sorry, I do that deliberately, so people can't hear me.
I think that turned off.
It is? Oh. Can I leave it off?
No. We can barely hear you.
Just as well. I don't say anything worth listening to.
Record.
Well, don't you?
You can't see property specific.
No,
So
but we can figure it
You're
out.
down here.
We're not that far down, are we?
I think so.
Oh, you were right, Sharon. I was wrong.
That's the.
Can we go back to
Go
20?
back to 20.
Can you pull up 28?
Oh, that's not Good Hands Creek. That's, oh, okay, I know where we are now. That's Kerwin's, no, that's a cove of Kerwin's Creek. So,
That way. Here we go. Larger,
no, it's before Dominion Road.
yeah, the roads, the roads are.
Here's 552. It's right.
Some like hold music playing in the background.
I know. Make it good music.
I joke, but during the Zoom meetings, when we were doing the public meetings and the visioning workshops, before we would start, because you started at a certain time, I actually would put on Pandora,
background,
play it by the microphone so that people
It's on
could hear
Dominion
music
Road.
to know that they're connected.
Right.
Or else you're waiting until
Or
somebody
you're
speaks.
staring at a
then you
no
get
volume,
pulled in.
right.
So, yeah. Benny improvising.
Guy, he's here.
He can leave if he wants.
Good point.
I can't
Okay.
see it there.
And that,
You
okay.
got it. Hold on, right?
While council is discussing, the applicant
right
for
side
the
of the left?
HD Miles Farm, are they in the room?
West side.
The, Mr. Baker has recused himself from voting, so we will not be able to vote on that. We will be, unfortunately for you, sir, postponing that to a later date. My apologies sincerely. You're welcome to leave if you'd like to stay for the discussion. You obviously are welcome. It's a public forum, but your particular applicant for CRR 35 will not be voted on, or will not be discussed in detail today.
I think it would be best for
Okay.
better know the
Got it.
exact property.
I know where it is. Very low density. It is green. Okay.
That's the.
This, here,
Drop on there.
that's Kerwin's,
Okay.
Kerwin's
Right there.
Landing right there.
Okay.
That's the subdivision.
Okay.
So it's over here in the green.
Okay.
Okay. So, on number 28. In July of 2010, map number 2 called Maximum Capacity Built-Out Map. Was put in the comp plan, and that property on this map is green, which means very low density rural. So if I'm correctly understanding, the proposal here is that while the land use map characterizes the property as residential, this maximum capacity build-out map describes that particular property as very low density rural. But I might point out that I would point out that the NC8 lands and the NC1 lands that we see in the bottom left are also green on this map, very low density rural. So, I'm not
Right.
so, not sure that the map needs to be changed, or or maybe more than that piece of property needs to be changed on this map.
So you're still comfortable with our earlier accommodation to the applicant to table that one until we get more information?
I think we have all the information that we need now.
Are you even, let me rephrase my question, Counselor, since you're very good at phrasing, is that we essentially dismissed the applicant and their representative earlier, and would it be fair and equitable to hold a discussion with them not present? After we tabled it in front of them?
Yes, if you want to do what they want. No, if you don't want to do what they want.
But let me just.
Madam Director.
Let me just add that I do think that the technical committee was basically in support of this change and felt that the N8 district would be consistent as it is consistent within the neighborhood. It is a limited development area, so that would be under the critical area program, so that would have to be considered moving forward. I think one area of recommendation that we would make in terms of this finding of consistency would be that between now and the time we officially adopt the maps, it should be considered that all of the adjacent parcels be approached, because it would be an odd an odd support of one parcel amidst a sea, not a sea of, but adjacent parcels that would remain NC1 to have one NC8 in the middle of that cluster. But I think that in general, there is no opposition on the technical committee side to this particular request.
We can move on and get this one done, if that's the majority's opinion.
So what our director just said was that the technical committee has no objection to this request?
That's my understanding. The recommendation is to, that the land use map is consistent with the requested zoning.
Now I'm doing it.
Because I don't want to read, the whole recommendation is not consistent. So,
Well, you could simply say the planning commission, it would be in favor of. Not sure what to
Let's
say.
table it until we get everything and everybody's comfortable with this. This is ping pong.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe we just have to wait on this one. I'm,
I'd rather than redo it again.
yeah, okay, tabled.
Let's stick with,
28 and 29, just so that,
Just
well, 29's moot.
was the zoning,
29's moved to later.
zoning.
It's a zoning issue. All right. Back, Ms. Good. What is your next choice in this zone,
Good
please?
question. All right. Okay. CRR 04.
04. David and Tamira Harper. Did the Harpers wish to speak, or their representative? Right? Walk us through this, Ms. Good and/or Laura, or Stephanie?
So for this one, the request is to go from NC 20 to the Kent Island Suburban Commercial Zone. That request would entail changing the entire parcel to the rural business employment area, future land use. The discussion with the technical committee, their recommendation is that, first, that wasn't consistent with the critical area designation, but also it's also not with the zoning itself, and it would create a non-conforming dwelling within the district and have a negative impact on the surrounding neighborhood.
Understood. Thank you for the summary. Anything to add, Ms.
Nope.
Jones? Fantastic. Anything from the commission or a motion? Bueller?
okay, I'm going to make a motion that I'm torn on this one, so I'm not sure.
Art or Teddy, like to make a motion?
Motion to agree with the technical committee recommendation on CRR 04
For the reasons stated in their,
for the reasons
in their
stated
recommendations?
in the recommendations.
Okay, there's a motion? Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. All right, Ms. Good, keep us rolling, please.
Right. The next one is CRR 06. This is the Benton's Crossing property.
But that was tabled.
Is it the one Mr. Foster is unable to represent?
Can we say table 06?
tabled.
Keep kicking this can. But we did dismiss counsel.
Go 06 was one I thought he was saying was withdrawing because he said that it was not a change on the land use or something. I had a note there.
I don't think.
We can check that.
You can withdraw
He
this.
did not withdraw
Okay, that's
this.
just when it was 31.
He withdrew
My
the
fault.
other
I
one.
looked at the wrong
Like I
number.
said, I don't think because it's a land use
Okay, well,
only
if he gets,
request.
have him come
That
up
it
and make
affects.
his
Sorry.
presentation.
Okay.
Trying to give you a
Take it with me.
Yes, please. 3 minutes, Mr. Foster.
Michael Foster, landowner on 0006. And I'm not sure exactly why I'm here, only because I say that, because when I look at the 2007 Chester-Stevensville plan, the 2010 county comp plan, I don't think I need any amendments to those comp plans to get a change from Stevensville Center Historic District to urban commercial. Quick history on the property. This property, the north and the south side, known as the Village of Benton's Crossing, I purchased in the 80s, and we developed the west side. It was the county, first thing, the Planning Commission recommended to the county after Main Street was extended to Love Point Road, they recommended that all of this property be zoned urban commercial. It was zoned urban commercial. I went in and developed the south side, which is phase 1 of the Village of Benton's Crossing. At the time I proposed the subdivision on the south side, State Highway as well as the county came and said, well, you're proposing land on the north side, which is where the Queenstown Bank is. We want you to make the entrances the same, facing each other, curb, sidewalk. So that was done on both the south side as well as the north side. So all the curb cuts are in. It was zoned urban commercial. Land was sold to the Queenstown Bank. They developed it as urban commercial. Later, when you came up with the, and it stayed that way until 2007, which is when you started coming up with the Chester Stevensville plan, at which time I was approached by the county, and they said the portion of this property which fronts on Cocky Lane, that they really felt that that portion, that part of the property really shouldn't be urban commercial, but in fact should be Stevensville Center Historic District. I can understand that because that ties right in, Cocky Lane dumps out right into the center of Stevensville. The property is really unique because that, if you look at the lower right-hand, roughly, it's not quite accurate, but kind of accurate, that hatched line there is actually a drainage ditch which goes down towards Thompson Creek from Love Point area. It physically divides the property in half. So originally it was 13.5 acres. Roughly 4 acres are on Cocky Lane. The rest of it is over on what I would say is extended Main Street and Love Point Road. The property on Cocky Lane, I think correctly, should remain Stevensville Center Historic District. That dumps out into that center of Stevensville. The properties on the other side where you have, and it's not just, the bank is requesting rezoning back to the original UC that it enjoyed. Love Point Wine and Spirits, which is Madison land, they are requesting to go back to UC, and also the remainder of the lands that I own, plus the property for the Stevensville Auto Repair Shop that's under construction, they want to go back to UC also.
Please wrap up.
So those are things that I think will be brought to you when we get to the point of adopting maps. It currently is in the growth area. It has S1, W1. On the plans, it is shown as being commercial. So we really don't need any changes there. The only change that we will need is down the road when we get to adopting maps.
Thank you, I think. So are you withdrawing your request?
No.
You are not?
No, I think the technical committee believes that this is not consistent with the maps, as I understand it. So we need to hear from them.
So this request, and again, that dotted line is an approximation of the location shown within the application. The properties to the left side of that are yellow are the established residential area future land use, and for consistency with the UC zoning district, those would need to be the rural business employment area. So that's the land use the future land use component.
Well, not to put too fine a point on it, but if that's what the 2010 land use map shows, it's a mistake, because that's never been an established residential area.
And really, if you look at the 2010 comp plan, it really didn't examine anything in the town of Stevensville.
Well, I'm not too worried about that. I'm worried about the two blobs of yellow on the left.
I never was aware of that, gentlemen. I mean, it's urban commercial land. It's got all urban commercial uses. It's got curb and gutter and curb cuts. First thing, who would want to put residential out there on Love Point Road and Main Street? It would be totally inconsistent.
All right, so do I correctly understand you don't mind that the land to the right that's yellow stays yellow?
That is,
Talking to Mr. Foster.
Um,
If it stays yellow, then it's going to stay Stevensville Village Center, historic, whatever.
Yeah, but even if you look under that, Stevensville, if you look under the Stevensville Center Historic District, you can have commercial uses. I don't think commercial uses really would go back there, but commercial uses are allowed just like in town districts.
Okay,
So whatever that is, I'm not asking for any changes on that side of the drainage easement. Land use wise or planning document wise.
Well, I have to say, if that's what the 2010 land use map shows, those two blobs of yellow to the left, doesn't make sense.
Well, first thing, I may also point out, Mr. Drummond, that actually, if you look where those blobs are,
Those are the two vacant lots.
no, the county has just approved one of those for that,
In 2010, they were vacant.
2010, it was vacant. But since that time, they have approved them for an auto repair shop on part of it.
You can see in the one in the aerial.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes no sense for residential over there whatsoever.
That just, yeah, I mean, and then on top of it, we zoned it UC. Or
30 years almost.
So does the technical committee have any response to that commentary to add?
Basically, keep it consistent with the 07 plan. And then we talked about there's some statements in the 07 plan that talk about key intersections, the Cocky Lane connector, and then pedestrian greenway connections are talked about also in the 07 plan.
And if I can just respond quickly to that, I talked to Steve Ziegler because the Cocky connector plan was killed by the state probably 10 to 12 years ago, and the county went up and constructed a cul-de-sac so that it will never end up meeting with Love Point Road.
That's why that cul-de-sac's there.
Right, and so it's all been addressed.
You want a motion?
I would love a motion, please.
Can I just clarify, Mr. Foster, so what you're requesting in this is to go from a CPLU designation to RBEA and a DFLU designation to CMU? Is that?
Yes. I mean, you're saying, you're saying that, I don't,
I just want to confirm what I'm looking at here.
You were going to...
No, Kathy was going to.
Kathy.
You're going to make the motion, you want me to make it?
You go ahead and make it.
I'd like to make a motion to oppose the technical committee recommendation on CRR 06. I think that's all I need to do.
No, you need to give us,
give
the staff some direction on what you would like
Staff
to see
direction.
for the land use map.
Essentially would be what Kathy just read.
In the block.
If I correctly understand it, it would be the RBEA land use designation to the I suppose that's the southwest of
Yeah.
the drainage, of the creek or whatever it is, and the MDR land use classification to the
right.
east.
East. That's a drainage, piece. And there's drainage ditch there.
It's just a drainage thing, right? It's dry most of the year, but springtime.
Of course, the problem with that is if you do MDR, then you're stuck with residential. Maybe just the RBEA.
Quite honestly, I don't think, I've never really thought that, from a land use planning perspective, I've never really thought that a commercial use back on Cocky Lane would be appropriate anyway.
Makes sense. I think what we suggested makes sense.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Foster.
They just stayed around.
Thank you very much.
Is good.
The next item is CRR 07, which is.
Cliff and Danielle Lowe.
You're here.
Lowe's wish to make comment. Come on down. Thank you for your patience.
It's okay. Look, I'm staying in a camper at the fairgrounds right now with the horse, so this is AC, so we're good.
Gotta introduce yourself.
Okay, I'm Danielle Lowe. Currently, we live at 1544 Love Point Road, Stevensville, Maryland, just down the road from Walker Road.
I'm Cliff Lowe, same residence.
So we actually, if you take a look at the picture in the top right corner, where the dotted line is, we would be purchasing. Our situation's a little unique because the people that are buying the waterfront, they've been delayed like 3 times on their settlement, so we can't do our settlement till they settle on an adjusted lot line. But so we would just be, we're just talking about the property from the dotted line to along Walker Road to Love Point Road. And that's approximately around 28 acres. It's zoned correctly, it's countryside. Our issue is with the planning area.
Which is adjacent to the property now, on the south side of Walker Road. So we just need to extend it to our lot, which lies water and sewer on the lot that we're purchasing.
Yeah.
So that being said, we don't want to mass develop there. We just want to simply build one residence for ourselves.
And farm like 20 acres of it.
So we've been, we'll have an easement on the property for this as well to not develop. So it's just basically our private residence being built, and that's all we want to ask for.
So in down Walker Road, sewer was run up Walker Road years ago so that way Whispering Pines would have access to sewage. The current owner of the property that we're looking at, Billy Walker, the original owner, he said that there was something along the lines. He's a very interesting person that he traded basically access to the road for sewage. And so the sewer on old maps is technically on the property that we would be buying. And we were just, I guess our request was for one sewage tap, but that would have to be done with a planning area change. So the planning area would have to be changed to that one piece of property from the dotted line down. And it's obviously, it's still zoned countryside, so there's nothing wrong with the zoning because it's one dwelling per 20 acres, which is all we would have anyway.
So we hope to just extend the planning area to the new parcel.
Yes.
Thank you. Technical Commission.
The technical committee recommended or opposed the expansion of the planning area because it was inconsistent with the overall APF guidance principles that we've discussed before. And just noting that both the water and sewer service areas are shown as having no planned service.
Could I make one comment to that, if that's okay? So I saw the little asterisk, so I read up on what it is. And I understand, if I'm understanding this correctly, is that what we're trying to do would have a greater effect on transportation infrastructure, the roads, the Chesapeake Bay Bridge, local schools. Is that correct? Am I right in that? Is that what the asterisk is the technical committee's trying to say? Because if that's the case, like, we already live on the road, we already are using this, like, we're already using everything already.
Our impact would be very.
Our
little.
impact would be very little because we live on
It's a
Love
single
Point Road. We use the road, we wouldn't be using anything more. Do you know what I mean? So I felt like the asterisks were kind of, didn't fit what we're trying to do.
I
I
think
can see for a big development, but
I think it's directly addressing a sewer capacity issue. What opposition do you have for traditional septic on-site disposal?
so we've tried, we failed the perk test, yeah, which is, the problem, is that it has failed the perk test, so our only option left would be to possibly
And
get
as
a
for
tap into the
impact
sewer.
on it, I know it's another allocation, but it's just for a single dwelling, so, and we'd have that easement on that to only develop that much.
Not to allow any more.
Yes.
Yes.
And I'm aware that Alan Quimby will not grant a sewer allocation unless the property's in the planning area.
That's where we're,
Brutal.
yeah.
And was I correct, Stephanie, in that it was predominantly the sewer comment, not the transportation?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. That's why I was like confused
nope.
by that. Okay.
No, it's just a blanket comment.
Yeah.
We have a few vehicles, not that many.
Anything from the commission, members? Questions for the applicants? Is there a motion?
I will make a motion that the planning commission not adopt the recommendations of the technical committee on request number CRR07, and further recommend that the planning commission support the request of the applicants under CRR07 for expansion of the Stevensville growth area for this
Can we be a little
project.
bit more specific, though, if that's your preference, and that is to say that it would apply only to the land, well, one, that it would be contingent
Yes.
upon the approval of an administrative or a minor subdivision, I'm not sure if it's administrative or minor, and only to the land to the east of the new property line, because the land on the water has a perk test.
Where the star is, we're talking.
Yes.
Only the property is.
We don't want
Yeah,
it
we
to.
wanna clarify
We
that,
did,
sure.
we definitely, yes, thank you, Chris, because we do want to clarify that we want it just from there to there. We don't want it to be that whole piece of property. We don't want it the Price Farm next to it, we don't want it, we just want it that extension, and obviously for our own personal reasons, but, we've, Chris been born and raised on Love Point Road, and we don't want to move anywhere, so.
I would also point
you know.
out that, I would also note that there are about, my memory is 11 subdivided lots to the west of that dotted line that were created in the 50s in the critical area, and some of them are in the buffer. And I'm not sure we want to add those to the planning area.
Right. No,
absolutely not.
Understood.
Shannon, did you get that full motion?
Okay, so may I amend my motion to include Mr. Drummond's
So amended?
clarifying
This needs to be
remarks?
very, if you're going to do it, it needs to be very surgical.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Okay, so amended. So there's a motion
Second.
and a second. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Unanimous. Congratulations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you
That's
guys for your time.
lunchtime.
Yeah, it's time to eat.
Thank you so much.
All right. How are we feeling, Ms. Lauren?
Great. Let's see. For 38, we noted there were no changes to the land use needed. The same with 44. So that will bring us to CRR 45, which is Bay Bridge Cove
There is
on
somebody
Catanzaro
here for this
Drive.
one.
Okay.
Several people, I think.
45 Ken Island LLC. The applicant is here, wishes to make presentation. Help yourself, sir.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'll say good morning, but
Yep, and please introduce yourself.
yes, Mark Gabler, Gabler, on behalf of Ken Island LLC. I'm with the law firm of Hyatt and Weber. We represent the applicant. I won't speak long. This property has a lengthy history. I detailed it in a letter to the Planning Commission requesting, or the Planning and Zoning Office requesting at this point to be put back in the planning area, the Stevensville Master Planning Area. The property was taken out back in 2005, 2007. We were denied water and sewer. We were downzoned. That led to a lengthy history in the courts. And ultimately, we were permitted by the courts to develop the property based on the SMPD standards, even though the zoning had been changed to the countryside district in the interim. So the project is under construction. It's in the later stages of construction now. And we are requesting to be put back in the planning area so that we can come back and ask for a rezoning back to the SMPD district, so that the zoning would be consistent with the development primarily. We do intend to ask for an urban commercial rezoning for the very small piece to the north. It's about 3.5 acres, 3.25 acres on the north side of the connector road. But we would ask that that be included in the, also included. It's all part of, one piece, about 104 acres. So that's the gist of the request. I don't need to say, I won't say a lot more unless you have questions in light of the fact that it's being supported. Appreciate it.
Try not to rock that boat, right?
Yeah.
We've seen it get rocked plenty of times in this situation. Anything from the technical committee?
Just to support the change that they're requesting.
Counselor?
Reason, you'll see at the bottom, it says addresses litigation history. And the county got spanked in court on this one some years ago, and probably rightfully so. And the result is that there's a development there that's frankly non-conforming. It doesn't conform with the zoning, and it makes sense to...
Somewhat of a housekeeping.
I think so, and it does frankly what the court ordered the county, sort of ordered the county to do many years ago.
Anything from the commission? Motion, please, someone.
I'll make a motion to, for the Planning Commission to support recommendations of the Technical Committee on request number CRR45.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Congratulations, Mr. Gabler.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Any-
She'll went first.
I think that was the last one in this zone, right? That's what you said, Lauren? Where do we want to go in the county next? Ladies driving.
Why don't we start from the beginning then? So this group is for the properties that are in the general vicinity of Church Hill. The first is CRR 36, 812 Island Creek Road.
Is the applicant or in Vale Court? Any applicants' voices in the room? Seeing, hearing none. Technical committee, would you like to speak to this?
The technical committee recommended supporting this land use change to the rural agricultural area because it was consistent with the draft comprehensive plans policies to encourage agricultural uses. They noted in their application that they wanted to have this as a sort of a demonstration site for some various agriculturally related uses on the part of the college.
This is actually, this has nothing to do with what they've asked for here, but this is an interesting piece of property that I actually represented the estate that sold it to these people. And I think they want to grow tomatoes on it.
You say college, Ms. Good, what did you mean? Is that Washington College?
I don't think they mentioned the specific name of the
Oh.
college.
I see.
That's what we understood that they wanted it for, was to grow some sort of organic tomatoes or something.
They note in their application that it will be used as a teaching farm, growing vegetables in a healthy soils environment, sharing the growing data with the University of Maryland Ag School and Extension offices, and also working with Maryland DNR.
All right. Any voice on the back, front of the room? Commission.
Motion to approve, or motion to approve CRR 36, the technical recommendations made as written and provided.
Support the land use change.
And support the land use change.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
The next is,
I'll have to skip this one. I think this was one that was.
oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Yes, 35, because of Mr. Baker's reclusion, cannot be voted on today. Go ahead.
The next is CRR 37A, 2430 Sothersville Road, and also somewhat related is the 37B. So these are just two requests for the same parcel, just different pieces of it.
Ooh, fun, like it wasn't.
I'm sorry, not the
complicated
same,
enough.
not the same parcel, but the same, sort of that same overall area.
All right, so this is the James B. Clements Trust and Marjorie McKnight Clements Trust. Are the applicants in the room wish to speak? Please come forward. Introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. I'm J.W. Clements, also a James Clements. My dad was a realtor in Sothersville for years. And this is our family's farm. I have 4 other brothers and sisters. So I wanted to come today just to kind of talk about what our plan was for the property, number one, but also what kind of motivated us to consider it, which was this was included in the 2017 tax law that went into place. This happened to fall into an opportunity zone for Queen Anne's County. And I don't know if you've seen the map for the OZ in Queen Anne's County. It kind of actually starts kind of at our property, goes down toward, I think also includes the other project that has been tabled, and then goes over to Chestertown. My business, I've been in commercial real estate debt and equity advisory for 15 years. Prior to that, I worked for GMAC Commercial Mortgage. So I have a lot of background in commercial real estate debt and equity raising. I've been involved with opportunity zone projects outside of Maryland. With this sort of opportunity, the intent of that program was to bring development to low-income census tract areas within the county. As I understood, was determined by both the state of Maryland and also the county officials. I don't know who within the county was involved, but the idea was to identify areas where we wanted to see development. So the real point I want to make is I hope everyone here understands what opportunity zones are, what the intent of them are, and in terms of if I'm thinking about the comp plan as a long-range plan, this is a huge tax benefit for investors to invest in economic development opportunities. It can be for housing, it can be for multifamily, single family, what have you. I think our idea here was urban commercial, was looking at commercial retail, also potentially a hotel, but also having office industrial opportunities. That would be along the highway, and along the Sothersville Road would be more of a retail, so that'd be grocer anchored. There might be some out parcels with food, but a full-blown project in North County. And I think one of the comments was, there hasn't been any UC in North County, and that's absolutely correct. But when I look through all the zoning components and thinking, hey, if we want to have, a hotel, if we want to do certain commercial retail with food, if we want to have an industrial park to try to bring business to the county, I think UC is the appropriate. I went through every single, there's tons of zoning ordinances, but I think urban commercial was most appropriate.
And so just for clarification, that is 301 on the left side of that top frame, correct? Running north-south?
It's on 301, 300.
Right. Thank you. Technical commission, committee, technical staff, people, please weigh in.
The recommendations were to oppose this land use change, which would be to the rural business employment area, citing that it was inconsistent with the APF guidance principles, no planned water or sewer service. Also, no UC zoning is located outside of the Kent Island area, and it was inconsistent with the surrounding land uses. And this is just an overview map that staff requested we include. The areas in red show the only existing UC districts within the county. The map in the upper left is just a zoomed in area within Kent Island.
Any questions of the applicant or staff? None? Is there a motion?
Kathy?
I'm torn. Haven't made up my mind yet.
Any questions for the applicant that would help? Staff would help.
I guess maybe to staff, just for a little more detail on, I get the inconsistent with APF guidance principles, it's fine.
I'll make the motion.
Make a motion?
I'll make the motion to accept the technical committee's recommendation on CRR 37A for the guidelines that the request is inconsistent with the APF guidance principles below. No planned water or sewer in the area, no UC zoning located outside Kent Island area, and is inconsistent with the surrounding land issue.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
For 37.
I just heard A.
Just A.
Might as well do them together.
Just be the,
They're-
okay. I only saw the stats on A.
Yeah.
Is that okay with council? Okay, we're talking about can you amend your motion, please?
To include CRR 37B.
Yes, there's a motion.
I'll second.
There's a second. Is there any further discussion? There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No, motion carries. Mr. Clemens, sorry. Thank you for coming. Appreciate your effort.
Thank you.
The next item is CRR 03, which is 437 Grange Hall Road in Centerville.
This is Cole Ventures, Inc. Is there an applicant in the room who'd like to express their position? Seeing none. Staff, would you please, or Ms. Good, please enlighten us?
For this request, the technical committee recommended supporting this land use change. if you look at the map in the upper right, that's probably the clearest to see, or the lower left, where the dotted line is and starred, that is the piece of the property in question for this. So they are requesting ultimately rezoning that strip to match the rest of the parcel. So this request, the land use would be to make the full parcel that rural business employment area. So it really cleans up that split parcel issue. And it furthers draft recommendations to support the expansion of existing established businesses. The only note for this is that it ultimately may or may not be eligible depending on whether an open space portion has already been reconfigured, because that's only allowed to be done once per the code. That's more in reference to the partner request, which is CRR 30, but these sort of go hand in hand.
Thank you. Counselor? It's an awfully long sentence in their recommendation to support the land use change. May or may not be eligible for, depending on whether this open space has been reconfigured in the past. Do you have any words of wisdom for interpreting that?
Well, what's the subdivision
So I
history
think
here?
that portion is in reference to CRR 30. There was an administrative subdivision recently done to actually include that strip that we're looking at where the star is. So I think that half of that recommendation is to basically in reference to CRR 30, which is basically the request that's
Inclined
right next to it.
Proceed or to adopt the recommendations, it would be to clear up split zoning of a piece of property, and to do so, the land use map has to change.
Okay, anyone on the board like to make a motion? Excuse me.
Motion to, on CRR 03, to concur with the technical committee recommendation on the land use change as outlined.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous passage. So this is 30.
This is 30. This is the partner request to that.
03 is still on the map. That's that little sliver we've been looking at, correct?
Correct.
The star was in that sliver, so we're on contiguous lands with the last discussion point.
Yes.
Correct, thank you.
Proposal is to go to SI, not UC. Right? The last one, UC?
Yes. So this is to the starred area, which is north of the previous request. They're requesting that that portion to be rezoned to SI, and leaving the remaining parcel as is. This is where the open
Is that
space
Kevin Quinn's
piece comes in.
sand pit?
We're on Grange. Oh, does that go all the way to 213? I think it might. The property owner is listed as Kevin Leverton.
Leverton. Oh, that's not the sand pit then, is it?
Leverton's, we used to hunt pheasant over there, quail.
Was that native lands, whatever, native grass?
I'm going the wrong way. Is that on the
Applicant's not in the room, are they?
left side of Grange Hall? Oh, I'm on the wrong side of the road.
Next to the property.
That is the pheasant place. Yeah.
Chris is trying to.
Well, what use is being put there now that would require SI zoning?
They are,
something with,
Noting that the portion under the dotted line would, requesting the rezoning for that because they would be offering it for sale to the adjacent landowners, and the rezoned land would be added to the adjacent properties via an administrative subdivision.
Well, we can't base
so
planning
the-
or zoning decisions on who may or may not sell property at some point in the future. I can't think of what's there now.
you want me to look up that property? Is it?
I mean, offhand, it doesn't, what would be the justification for changing the land use map beyond the split zoning problem?
I think the intent is, like the previous application, they want to do it, obviously, the administrative subdivision to include that area that's where the star is, and then expand the zoning that's existing there now on the property that they own.
Just for that additional 15 acres.
Mm-hmm. I can look up the property owner if that will help. I can zoom there faster, I think.
It's a priority preservation area.
As part of the request, they're noting that the open space area, they would be reconfiguring that, which in the lower, let's see, the lower right-hand corner, the green is, or I'm sorry, the orange is showing the priority preservation area. The area to the right, which in that case is not included in that priority preservation area. But if you look at the zoning, the current zoning on the lower left, the darker green area, that I believe is the portion of open space that they're noting that they would be reconfiguring. This is where the comment from the technical committee comes into play, that they weren't sure whether that had already been reconfigured. So it would be dependent on whether that had already happened, whether the reconfiguration through the administrative subdivision could take place.
The philosophy behind the technical committee, if I'm recalling it correctly, and I think I am, is that there was an intention to where we could support reasonable expansion of existing businesses, and because we have such limited industrial and commercial lands where we have it already and there's an opportunity to support a business, to expand it in a reasonable way, the committee wanted to support that opportunity.
Bramble's the
What are the
existing
land
property.
uses now?
Pretty sure it's a Bramble owns it, it's their.
It's a Brambles, okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's, okay. It's a Bramble pit. Okay.
It's a blacktop plant.
Huh?
Blacktop plant.
That's probably,
Blacktop plant?
Alongside of
yeah, that's
coal.
probably what the purple is, right?
Talking about on the opposite side of Grange Hall Road.
Okay. All
That's
right.
a pit.
Okay. Makes sense then.
Motion to approve CRR 30 and support the technical committee's recommendation on the land use change.
There's a motion, is there a second? Second. There's 2 seconds, actually. Fantastic. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? Congratulations, Mr. Leverton.
Next item is 08A.
08A.
420 College Drive in Queenstown.
Mike and Lynn Foster. Mr. Foster's left the building.
Different one.
A different
Oh,
one.
is it? Anyone to speak on behalf of the applicant? All right. Staff and consultants?
For this one, it was, the technical committee recommended against the land use change, citing that it was inconsistent with the APF guidance principles, as well as the parcel being included in the priority preservation area.
Can you, Lauren, can you give us a brief, like a description of what exactly are they planning to do there? And I know I've.
A and B are the same owners and
Yeah.
contiguous. So are we discussing theirs at the same time, I'm presuming?
This was kicked around in 2010 as well.
B is,
Properties.
sorry, Chris, go ahead.
I'm sorry, these properties were kicked around as well in 2010. There was, obviously, their efforts in 2010 were not successful.
Is this the property that they wanted to put a dinner theater or something out there?
No, that's on the other side of the college.
Okay.
This was, there was some talk about some sort of planned development on this property, and it had something to do with expanding the treatment plant at the college. I don't remember all the details.
Do not.
But this is another go at what was going on years ago.
Don't include any specifics in the application other than requesting the rezoning. Both 08A and B are on the same request, but they're for different zones and have different land use requests.
So we would vote on those separate?
Or we could vote on together since the
Common owner.
the committee's recommendations are essentially the same. I mean, if that's, whoever makes the motion makes the motion. Unless council has any
motion.
consternation over it. I wouldn't think council has consternation over its grouping, no? No.
Motion on CRR 08A and CRR 08B to concur and accept the technical committee's recommendation to oppose the land use change requested.
There's a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Second, further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
And the second? Any opposed? Motion fails, or motion passes, application fails.
The next is CRR 09, which is property near 350 Grange Hall Road in Centerville.
Is there a representative from the Friel family in the house? Hearing none, seeing none?
So this request is for the, let's call it northeast portion of the parcel to the top or right of the dotted line, requesting change to suburban industrial for that piece, which would require the rural business employment area land use. The technical committee recommended supporting this land use change because it supports the expansion of an existing agricultural business.
Motion to approve CRR 09 in concurrence with the technical committee's recommendations to support the land use change.
There's a motion, is there a second? There's a second by Mr. Baker. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
opposition. Congratulations, Jay. All right. 27.
Next is 27.
Got a clear crystal ball so far. So, sorry, we are at 27, James Roy. Mr. Roy is cutting down trees, I'm beginning. Go ahead.
So this request is to basically move the location of where the that split of the parcel occurs. So moving it from, if you look in the lower left, from the purple area, that clear line, down to where the dotted line is located. The technical committee was in support of this land use change. It again addresses a split parcel issue based on the current land use and provides support to an existing business. That line is just south of the property's existing stormwater management facilities.
That the drainage, that dotted line is drainage.
There's, I believe there's a stormwater management pond,
It's economy
kind of right above,
Yes.
right above that
Economy
line.
tree.
Yeah.
Yeah, they came.
We've sort of been encouraging,
Yeah.
I won't say we've been encouraging this, but it will help with one stormwater management. They've had to shoehorn an entrance into the property that is zoned SI, I guess, up on the highway. There have been enforcement issues because naturally things spill over onto the a property that's zoned NC, and so this makes sense. It's been sort of in the works for a while.
Okay. Motion to support CRR 27, concurring with the technical committee's recommendations to support the land use change.
If there's motions, there a second? There's a motion second by Mr. Baker. For any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
No opposition. Congratulations, Mr. Roy.
On to our final group. Let's see.
This
This is the
We
one that
can't do
was
this one.
withdrawn.
Yeah. Tabled till
And
next
the-
time.
And then
That one
32
we
was
don't have
tabled.
a quorum for.
So that is our,
On-
all of our
Oh,
comp
32.
rezoning request land use discussions.
Well done, team. Thank you. All right. Where are we in the meeting? My agenda.
I guess we should, don't want to lose this map.
Is good. Mr. Moravec, you've done a thorough job walking us through today. Thank you kindly. Your attention to detail. Do you have anything more in your workshop agenda?
In your packets, you do have a copy of this information. So bear with me as I scoot through here. This originally intended to be the follow-up to Mr. Quimby's information given earlier this morning, but the resulting recommendations on sewer capacity that came out of the technical committee discussions. So in, I guess, broad strokes, affirming that the sewer capacity has largely been obligated, and that the recommendations within the comp plan will not promote policies that can't be implemented due to that lack of capacity or that create unrealistic development expectations. I guess the intent behind this, and there are a few additional recommendations. Again, these are just verbatim taken from your packet, was to just get your feedback, concurrence, or recommended recommendations, or if you had opposition to any of these, and then based on that, we would incorporate these into the appropriate sections of the plan land use, the water resources element, community facilities, economic development, wherever the best place for them would be. So I guess, I don't know if anyone has any comments, questions, or further guidance on how we move forward with these particular pieces.
I guess my question would be, in light of the Public Works presentation made by talking about the capacity challenge that we're going to face, have we properly addressed that enough in here to talk about that as a pretty significant constraint?
These were the ultimate recommendations that that came out of that. So these have been formally reviewed by, reviewed and revised by the technical committee, other members of staff, and these are the recommendations that they are putting forward for your consideration.
The land use chapter is being revised, being modified to some extent to incorporate some of these, or to make suggestions about goals and objectives that are consistent with these recommendations.
It seems, you know, again, it was chatted by several of the attorneys. I mean, the challenge is we don't want to create perceptions that just because it gets approved, everything is going to be just fine. And the capacity limitations for a developer looking at, you know, future growth and opportunities needs to understand the hurdles and what these constraints are going to be. And we have no control over those because they're being imposed on us. So it just seems that the report should be very clear that these are going to be challenges that go beyond the county to address.
The last version of the land use chapter that I saw and that we all discussed in a meeting a couple days ago is making that completely crystal clear.
You should be getting an updated version of that chapter, so look for it. Probably in your email, I would guess. So.
And you have a teaser for next meeting for us?
So I guess for the interest of time, if there are any additional comments or questions about that, if you could forward them to Stephanie and she can pass them on to us. The same with the implementation chapter. Here, we wanted to emphasize that there's the narrative component that talks about plan relationships and coordination issues, but then the bulk of this is the implementation matrix itself, similar to the current Appendix A, Appendix 1 of the 2010 plan. This is taking the ultimate strategies that are identified in each of the chapters and putting them all in one location to help for just, you know, to keep track of them. Based on discussions with the technical committee, it was noted that the way that the strategies and the current table is developed, it's a little bit cumbersome to use. There are quite a few multi-part strategies that lead up to an objective, that lead up to a goal. So trying to split them out and make it a little bit clearer, each one is its own specific task. So included, again, with your packets is this example excerpt. And again, land use is probably not the best excerpt to have used. These will be are being reviewed and revised as appropriate, but we wanted to just show you what the proposal was for how that was going to be modified, hopefully to be a little bit more user-friendly.
It really becomes that user appendix, so you can look at this, see things, and then if you have questions, you have the ability, you see which chapters are coming from and to go back and find things, so.
And then we have the draft cover that we just wanted to get your input on. This is something that we've been working with our graphic designers, and it's been through some revisions with planning and zoning staff. So we wanted to get your feedback and see if you were on board with us moving forward with this, this design and layout. If that's the case, our plan is also to use a similar layout for the standalone Kent Narrows community plan, obviously updating the text and photos as appropriate.
Did they catch all the photos from here?
Yeah, I was just gonna say they're all Queen Anne's County photos, right?
It's all good.
That looks fine to me.
Remember the first photo we looked at, and it was looking at the western shore?
Yes.
Yes.
Which we laughed
I'm
was because
pointing
that
it
came
out,
off
I
of
mean,
the,
you know.
and that's
Well,
the
the other
same
one was
photo used on
St.
the
Michael's or something, I think.
for the Queen Anne's County website as well.
That's okay. It's a process, as we all know. You're forgiven for sure. All right, thank you very much. Anything else to add?
Just that we have worked with staff to develop the schedule throughout adoption. So hopefully this is the last change to the remaining schedule that you will see. Of course, the top line is this meeting. We are working with staff and the technical committee on revisions, and our plan is to have the next iteration of the plan, the full plan, for you for your October meeting. In the interim, we have, it's been recommended that we have a joint update and work session with the county commissioners, just an overall where we are, highlight the major changes and key issues that have been heard to date, and make sure that everything is consistent. That has been scheduled for September 14th. And then following that, we
The regular, I'm sorry, Lauren, when you say joint, you mean this body
Yes,
and the county
correct.
commissioners?
Yes. And then following that, that will be a work session with the two bodies. Then following that, at the county commissioners' regular meeting, we'll be providing an overall update as part of that meeting, just sort of a status update where we are in the process. So the remaining steps are just including the giving an overall update presentation, as well as going over any comments that are received through the official public comment process. That's a 60-day period, which is why you see that jump between October and January, and also taking into consideration the holidays. Moving forward into the public hearing with the Planning Commission on January 13th. And then, assuming that gets a favorable recommendation, we would then be moving on to an introduction and overview with the county commissioners, followed by their public hearing and vote. So hopefully by the end of February, we will have a finished adopted plan.
I want to make a special note that the joint meeting with the county commissioners we've organized that, we've arranged it and finalized the details. It'll start in this room at 4:30, and then the commissioners will begin their regular meeting at 6 that evening, and they will go back to the Liberty Building. But just so if you could put that on your calendars, and I hope that works for everyone, the 14th of September at 4:30 in this room.
I'll send an email out to everyone.
You said that was a Tuesday, you think, John?
Yes.
Okay.
That's a regular county commissioner.
Right, okay. Thank you so much.
That agenda will come from Lauren.
Okay, not you.
Won't be a, yeah.
Got it.
That is our planned presentation for this morning. Thank you for bearing with us this afternoon, I should say, as we move through this process. Again, we're wrapping up comments, so if there are any outstanding comments on the initial drafts that you have reviewed, please get those to us so we can incorporate those into the next draft of the full plan that you will see.
Fantastic. Thank you both very much.
Thank you.
And I just want to give a little, just to say thank you to really the Queen Anne's County staff and the technical team, because it has been a lot over the last couple of months as we've been getting into these issues, and as you're seeing here, and really the work among the team and their support and information has been extremely helpful as we've been pulling this information together. So I want to thank them as part of the effort.
No, they go unsung too often, I think, and the devil, as we've seen and heard, is definitely in these details. So thank you both for your continued work on our behalf. All right, moving on to public comments. I will start with those that were either asked to go later, or if they're still here, you get a gold star. Mr. Helfenbein.
Yes, sir.
Please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less, if you could.
Sure. I'm Al Helfenbein, 327 Hannah Court, Chester, Maryland. I'm also involved with the Barnstable Community Development Association, or the Community Development. How that came about was the citizens, the last planning map that was made had the citizens of Stevensville, led by Gene Ransom, and the citizens of Chester, led by Mike Dale. And what they decided to do is they wanted to keep the infrastructure. What they did is they came, and as a result of their findings, they said that what they wanted to do is they wanted to prevent the sprawl development, and they wanted the infrastructure in one spot. And then the Lowry Farm was zoned Neighborhood Village Center from that input. And that's where we are today. From what I heard all morning long, it was like, you need this Barnstable development. It does everything. As far as traffic, it's on the eastbound side, so we have the traffic, and it allows commerce to happen with traffic without backup. It should be it has all of the requests that you had all morning long, as far as housing, as far as development, as far as being able to meet all the new needs of the future. So I just wanted to do everything I can to make sure that we continue to go through with that. And it was the community that zoned it Neighborhood Village Center. So I'd like to keep the zoning there as well. Okay?
Thank you very much. Jody Schultz is not here. Trying to understand Sharon's shorthand. Mike Lesnowski? Lesnowski. Sorry, I left a syllable out.
I'm not sure if it was evening yet or still afternoon. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Mike Lesnowski. I was actually here for a personal zoning request, which has been tabled for later, but I'm also the president of the Queen Anne's County Farm Bureau, and I wanted to address some comments that were made earlier today as far as who the Farm Bureau represents in this county. We do have over 300 active members, and a member is usually a household, so there's close to 1,000 residents that Queen Anne's County Farm Bureau represents. One of the main things that we are for agriculture, there's no doubt about it, but we also are very supportive of farmers' rights, of land use, as well as their ability to make funds from their farms by other means as well. We have vehemently opposed anything that would restrict that, and we will continue to vehemently oppose anything that would restrict those. We are in favor of preservation, as long as farmers are equitably compensated for any loss of those rights that they would have. As far as the petition that was mentioned earlier today, I personally have had several people that signed that petition come to me and state that it was presented to them in a false pretense. They were told that if you were in favor of agriculture to sign this petition, they didn't know what it was for as far as designating a scenic byway. The Queen Anne's County Farm Bureau would not be opposed to a scenic byway. We just need to know, what does that designation entail? Is it under the state regulations to where, you just get a nice pretty sign that has some black-eyed Susans on it that says this is a scenic byway? Or does it impose restrictions on owners of property that are along those routes. And that's mainly, we want clarification as to what that is. And I believe Ms. Smith is here as well from, who's in charge of preservation in Queen Anne's County, and hopefully she'll get to come up and speak as well, because I believe she has some issues with the scenic byway designation as well. But if there's no other questions, just thank you for your time.
Thank you for your patience to get to this point.
Yes, sir.
J.W. Clements, but you spoke earlier, sir?
Yeah, I spoke earlier. I don't need to say any more.
Got it. And last, John Vigilanti.
John Vigliani.
Vigilanti, sorry, sir.
That's all right. Hey, I've been called worse. I'm John Vigliani. I represent Barnstable Town Center. I'm the developer. I wanted to make sure that I came, and I've heard this talk about not reviewing projects, and I think that's should be taken into account. We've been in this approval process now since 2017, responding to letters that we've received from the county with regard to three of our applications now. We have yet to have actual sit-down working meetings with the county because the county feels that it shouldn't be spending resources to do this, but we really need to be able to have that happen so that we can get into the queue and actually get the allocations that we will need or that the project will need. So I wanted to make sure that as a developer, we understand that there has to be a compromise and a work through, and that to work out situations for traffic mitigation, schools, all of the things that a development requires. But we can't do that if we don't get a sound review and approval process and a collaborative process with the county. And I wanted to make sure that both the county understands it and we understand it, and it needs to be done in order for us to get through this process so that we can get allocations and can be in the queue to get the property done. The project we're proposing is certainly needed. It was what was recommended in the 2007. The property's been in the 2007 since when the compromise, as Al Helfenbein said, because no one wanted to sprawl and we wanted to create a sense of community and place for somewhere on Kent Island. Just wanted to make sure that that was understood, and that if the resolution that you're talking about of 428 is to stop reviewing process that may not get allocation because of lack of allocation, I just want to say I'm opposed to that, and obviously we have a right, since we've been in this process already, to actually get a review and a collaborative effort with the county and the state to get roads done and to get it fixed and approved. Thank you.
I don't want to get into a debate over this, but it's my understanding that your team received a long list of comments over a year ago. Am I right?
Hasn't been a year yet, and if you want to argue it, we will argue it.
I don't want to get into a debate with you, sir, and that there has been no response to the comment letter from your team, so.
There has been discussions and phone messages, and if you recall, we had to go and have it reviewed by you and go through a process which was not the accepted process in order to even get to review.
I'm not going to debate it with you, sir. There is a comment letter out from staff, and if your professional team will respond to it, as in the usual course is what happens, then we'll move forward.
If you were following the usual course of how it was done, that would be great, but you haven't done that.
Okay. Respectfully disagree.
I respectfully disagree with you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Yes, we'll be back.
Any other public comment that was not, did not sign up, that's in the room that would like to speak? Donna, come on down. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Donna Landis Smith. I work for Queen Anne's County Soil Conservation, and as I mentioned, I administer the land preservation program. And when reviewing some of the review draft and land use, there's a lot of concerns in there in respect to strategies and recommendations on some issues, and I've sent them to Amy about some of my questions. One of the questions that I had about the scenic byway proposal, I had sat on the scenic byway plan for many, many years when I worked here at Planning and Zoning. And there is some discrepancies on whether this proposed 301 scenic byway would be a county-administered scenic byway or a state highway. And one of the comments that I made, we want to make sure that if this is entertained as a proposal, that it isn't in stark contrast with the Route 213 and Route 18 scenic byways that have already been designated. One of the concerns that I had was in the goals and strategies on page 4.24 in the actual proposal is implementing existing Chesapeake Country Scenic Byway Corridor Management Plans. I'm unaware of that. When I sat on the scenic byway, there was no management plan. I'm not sure where that comes from. And if it is a county scenic byway, who would manage that, who would enforce it, and who would monitor it? That's a concern. There's comments in here about design standards, buffered signages, agricultural standards, Eastern Shore vernacular, pattern books and design. You know, that's kind of getting into the realm of, you know, are you going to manage and enforce agricultural buildings and what is considered as a scenic byway for the county? So that's a concern of mine, and I've had several landowners that own farms that are in the process right now of applying for land preservation. And if it does restrict certain abilities to construct and build, whether it be farm buildings or if it restricts development potential. So I just, you know, am expressing the concern of there's a lot of farms on 301 that are interested in land preservation, and unfortunately, I've always had the challenge of not having enough money to fund all of those. So just, I would like you to take a look at the comments that I've made in the land use section, take that into consideration and read through that. And I appreciate your time very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else that did not sign up for public comment that wishes to do so? Anybody online?
We have nobody online, but we do have a voicemail that came through.
Oh, would you play?
So, yes.
Thanks.
So forgive the sound quality. Here we go.
David Kaufman, messages for the Comprehensive Zoning Planning meeting. I'd like to just weigh in on the Main Street area. Right now it is a mixed bag of zoning. You have some residential, you have some heavy commercial, you have some village center, you have some neighborhood commercial, and it should be consistent as one. I would like to recommend that it become all village center. I thank you for the opportunity to speak, and please do the right thing and make it the village center. Thank you.
Graysonville. All right. Anything for the good of the order? Staff, council. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
There he is. So moved. Thank you all for your patience on today's long, detailed conversations. And I greatly appreciate your participation in this process of comprehensive planning.